The back seat. Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily. Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, and Nick.
Hi.
What's up, guys?
Need to make this a good one. It's our last one together for a while.
I'm gonna miss you, Happer.
Maybe one day I can just I can join the stream.
Oh,
I'll
that's
just be sitting there.
Oh, that
fun.
could be fun.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, but it'll have to be probably quiet because it'll probably be baby's nap time at that
That's gonna be my life.
I want to get the baby's takes. I can't wait for the baby to be old enough to talk, and then we find out that their food takes are more normal than Happer's.
Oh,
moment.
You think so?
That would be funny.
that would be. And on brand.
That would be funny.
Mm-hmm.
The baby is like, I will modify my
I
order.
wonder what the baby's food takes will be like. Probably not very developed.
I like the
food.
green Gerber more than the
Yeah.
orange Gerber.
Yeah, I don't know.
Gerber.
I have great food takes, so that would be ridiculous.
Yeah.
Do you hope your baby inherits your food takes?
I hope so. Yeah, because I have good ones
Well,
and normal
Are
And-
food takes genetic?
and very welcoming of many foods, different
Yeah.
kinds of things.
Earlier
but
today,
not welcoming of changing foods.
earlier today,
right.
my wife, she was like, "Why were you talking about biscuits and gravy yesterday?" And so that wasn't during the crossover.
It
was
was
it? Oh,
during
it
the
was.
crossover.
It was.
That
Okay.
was the crossover.
And I was like,
It
yeah.
was.
So I let people. She goes, but why? I go, I don't know. I just decided to. And now she's excited because she has a hankering for biscuits and gravy, and so we'll be having biscuits and gravy next week.
Well,
That's
was she
awesome.
not aware
because
of
of
your,
me.
of your previous gravy phobia?
She knew.
Why not?
Yeah, that's why you never had them.
Yeah, exactly. Because I'll be gone this weekend.
So
Where
you're
you going?
planning biscuits and gravy
House
for
sitting
next
for my
weekend.
parents. Yeah.
I'll
They
be
have, a,
gone
they have a
this
new
weekend.
dog. New dog. I'm watching their dog.
Congrats on the new dog.
Yeah, and we tried to get their dog and
What
my
happened to the old dog?
Put it down. I was
Yeah,
with
they-
you the day that they put the dog down.
Put the dog
Where
down.
were we?
Monolithic Brewing. It was after Thanksgiving in 2020.
Oh my!
Yeah,
And they put it down.
I had to put the dog down.
Wow.
Yeah.
Happer
I
they
don't
were-
remember that day. I don't remember that.
Happer's doing
It
his
was
best
COVID.
not to get
I
all
have
excited.
a picture of Happer from that day in my phone.
Probably looked.
Was he
He probably
smiling?
looked happy.
I
I
'cause
think you probably had the gator on your.
I don't think you were talking about how the dog was dying.
No, the dog. We had put the dog. We were going to put the dog down like that over the next few days.
Wow.
Around that time. Yeah,
Wow.
I probably
You were
wasn't.
you were probably pretty emotional.
I was very sad. I think I was like, I just want to go to the brewery and have a beer. And then you showed up, and I think I texted you. I was like, hey, I'm at the brewery.
What was the what was the occasion?
There he is. It was a Saturday during college football season. I don't know. There he is. There's Connor Happer looking at his receipt.
Is he
Oh,
smiling?
the picture was at 420.
Oh,
What
nice.
is that? He's more of adding up. Is this what I paid for?
Hmm.
Yeah. I don't know why I have that.
2020.
2020. COVID. Remember COVID?
Jeez.
Yeah.
You were going out
Yeah.
in 2020?
Yeah, I did.
There, it didn't look like I was wearing a mask in that picture.
It was, I
either.
think it's hidden. I think it's hidden underneath your sweatshirt.
Interesting.
as you can see, they both lived, so turned out to be a good choice.
Look at that.
Had
that
some
a
tasty
Wrigley
beer.
shirt?
That's a Wrigley shirt.
John's got a Wrigley shirt.
Nice.
Oh my God.
Yeah. This is my dog.
My
That's
mom-
actually your dog?
This is my dog.
By the way, my mom has texted in R.I.P. Bella. So
Oh.
thank you for reminding my parents.
I-
about
you
their-
said it.
Great. Josh's parents going on vacation, and the last thing they hear before they get out of town is, "Oh, hey, remember that time we had to put down the dog?"
It was so
Josh,
sad.
that was Josh. Josh said
I'm very excited to hang out with their dog. Their dog is more of a puppy than Bella. Bella was, a bit older, obviously. She was, in her graying days. Their new dog, not so much.
I love an old
Loves
dog.
jumping around.
I love old dogs.
Yeah, they're great.
Old dogs don't do anything. The less a dog will do around me is amazing.
Good Lord.
Yes. What? What's bad about that?
Wow.
I
love it when they go blind.
No, I just like it
The
when
less a dog will do, you know. If
Do you
the dog
think-
just stops breathing, that's one less thing that they're doing.
Should we get Happer a taxidermy dog? Do you
Oh.
think that's what finally you would like?
No, I like it when it walks around. I like it when it, kind of just
we can get you
mopes
a
around.
motorized
Mopes
taxidermy.
Yeah, I like a
around.
sad dog.
So you want a sad
I want
dog?
a sad old dog.
Wow,
Yeah.
this makes no sense.
Why?
Because
I don't need the dog to be jumping around and barking, yipping
A
at
dog.
everything.
A dog can
most of
be.
the time they don't.
Yeah,
Yeah,
They
they,
only
do.
do when
Little
they're
baby
triggered by
dogs do.
something.
you can train them to not.
It's hard though. It's hard. Many people just don't do that. They just like, yeah, jump on the people who walk in the front door. Those are the dogs that I'm angry at.
Mm.
Scott
Get off
writes
me,
on
dog. You
YouTube, why do
smell
we
it."
not have an airport cam feed running right now? Nick, I thought you were going to be at the airport.
I got
Yeah.
busy.
Busy.
Yeah.
Well, they
What were you doing?
airport's
Booking.
under construction. They don't have room for cameras.
I told Dylon to listen to
He
us
has a phone, though.
over the air. I said,
Oh.
yeah. So on his drive back to Lincoln, he can listen to us. Talk
Until,
about-
like, Ashland.
Yeah.
And then pull up zonetv.live.
Dylan,
Or
if
the
you
app.
need to, if you need
Or
to
the app.
stop for gas, wait until you get to the edge of town because you get into town, it's 329. But if you get outside, right at that last exit there, the QT and the come and go, 315.
Or
Good
Nice.
one.
go to Millard. Gas is just
No.
cheaper in Millard.
No, Carter Lake. I mean, right there on Abbott Drive. That
Is it
gas
really?
station is cheaper.
That's
yeah.
wild because it's by the airport. So you figure that they juice the
Yeah.
prices.
I
Like
in
Mark
Iowa,
McGuire in
it's cheaper.
98.
In Iowa,
Nice.
it's cheaper.
Wow. That's
Is it?
wild. Because like you ever go out of town, you're about to come home and you have a rental car and you have to
Yes.
I got to get gas and you stop by the airport.
Turns out
and
it
you're
costs
like,
$1 more. Yeah.
wow, this sucks.
That's how they get you.
But
Yeah,
you
that's
just
why you
eat
do it before that, and then you just make sure it goes all the way up, and
Mm-hmm.
you're good. One of the things that I pay attention to with a rental car when I first get it is how long does it take to drive? How many miles before it finally kind of dips off the full?
Yeah.
And then I just remember that for when I return it.
Good one.
Yeah.
I've never had a rental car.
Wow, tiny baby Nick.
They always ask you if you want to fill it up yourself or if you want
The answer is
airport
always
to-
yes.
Yes,
The
always
answer
fill
is-
it up.
Yes, because they'll
And
try.
then, and
I
then
think
make sure you do it. Make sure wherever you're going, keep mental note of where the nearest gas station
Yeah.
is that's not too close to the airport when they start jacking the prices up.
they tell you what they're going to charge you if they fill it up for you, and I believe in a lot of cases it's over like $7 a gallon.
It's wild.
Yeah, it's always like double the price of normal gas.
Yeah, don't
Amazing.
do that.
Don't do that.
Sky writes, is Nick even old enough to rent a car?
He is.
Yes.
Yeah. Actually, is that an old wives' tale about the whole 25
No,
thing? Because
That's real.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not true though, because I rented a vehicle when I was 23.
That's illegal.
The year that they booked it for me. I had to give them my ID when I worked for the Big Ten Network.
Well, maybe they
I had
just
a
weren't
rental
paying
car
attention.
in Wisconsin, and I was 23.
Well, maybe that's because you went to Reckless Rent-A-Car.
Nah, I did a great job, John. No crashing
no,
at
not you.
all.
No, not you. I'm saying it's Reckless Rent-A-Car,
Oh,
where they don't care how old you are.
well.
They let you rent a car.
What?
at
Are you a
25?
drug addict? No problem. We'll
I did
rent
it
you a
when
car.
I was 23 and 20. That whole season
I
I was
mean,
24.
There have been times I've gone to the grocery store and when I was of age, didn't get ID'd.
Yeah.
They're
Well,
just like,
no, but
oh, sure,
you
have
have
some
to show
beer.
your ID for a
Yeah,
rental
but
car.
maybe they
though.
just didn't pay attention.
No.
I tell you what, I would not let a 23-year-old rent any cars that I own.
I think it's an old wives' tale.
Anyone from
No, I don't
Georgia?
think that. I don't think it is,
CJ
Josh.
says they charge you more if you're under 25.
Okay, so there you go. And I didn't have to pay for it, so I didn't have to worry about it.
That's what we were making fun of Tiny Baby Boy last year. Tiny Baby Coach. TBB.
The
Oh,
minimum
yeah.
age to rent a vehicle with Enterprise is 21.
Oh,
So you do not have to be in New York. In Michigan, it's actually 18.
wow.
So it is. Yes, indeed it is more money per day.
Hmm.
So
Okay.
old wives' tale.
Fair enough.
Kind of.
You just get
Don't-
charged more.
Don't tell any of the guys in Georgia that. They're just going to start racing their rented cars.
Oh.
Wait a second. They got Peyton Manning on the opening ceremonies,
They do.
and he's wearing a play wrestband.
Yes. He's
What?
going
And
into
Kelly
the bit.
Clarkson, John.
What a dork.
Huge story.
Kelly Clarkson.
Who said that? Who was that? Oh, that's
Steve Carell,
yeah,
and 40-year-old virgin.
Nice.
Look at Tarico. He's looking good.
He's just hanging out.
Tarico, friend of the Grum.
Oh yeah.
We had him on a few years ago
We
to
did.
preview the Super Bowl.
Tarico.
By the way,
is-
all those pages of notes in front of him have nothing to do with the Olympics. It's the NFL rule book. He's already studying.
Yeah.
Nice. Good
he's
on
looking
you,
at his
Peyton.
play sheet right now.
He still doesn't understand the new kick rules.
This is so corny. Well, you should listen to the Grum. We did a
He
great
should.
breakdown on our show.
Oh, I guarantee you, by the time we get there, Tarico will have it
don't
memorized.
draw attention to it.
This
It's
really
so
is
goofy.
so
Well, of
corny.
course they are going to draw attention to it. The whole point
He's
of
wearing
this,
it over his suit.
This is like watching, and no one watches the Rose Parade anymore. But this is like watching the Rose Parade, where you get a weird combination of sports and entertainment people, and it's happy talk for 4 hours.
Oh, it's raining so much.
Ooh, I never heard of Kiribati.
That's
Neither
the
have
fun
I-
part
neither
about
have
the
I.
Olympics is you learn about countries.
And then you look at a map and you're like, whoa.
I had no
Didn't know
idea.
that
Poll
was there.
question: is the best part of the Olympics learning new countries?
It is a
Yes.
fun part for
I
sure.
didn't know that Kiribati existed.
It sounds like a type of bread.
It
Would you
does.
like that turkey on a kiribati or ciabatta?
It does
Nice.
sound like a bread.
Sounds like a bread I
Also,
would like.
I
I
like
love
s-
ciabatta bread.
I like
Kosovo?
seeing there's a couple
That'd be Kosovo.
Nick. There's
Kosovo?
there's several countries who have had just one athlete. That's always fun. It's just the one guy waving to everybody.
That
So
sounds like
I
it
thought
should
I
be-
read this somewhere. Tell me if I'm wrong. The Russians have been banned from this.
Yeah, you didn't know about this?
Oh yeah.
You think I pay attention to what happens?
But you hate Russia.
Russia's been
Well,
banned
yeah,
from.
but I didn't know. I mean, I don't
They're
pay
doping.
attention to them.
Yeah. they
Oh,
got
it was
banned.
a doping
Everybody's
thing?
doping.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
No, they're
America's
the only
not
ones.
doping.
Trust me, they're doping.
John, I heard a take. Now you've never liked the Olympics, right? Like this has never been your bag, even going all
It's
the way
never
back.
been
Okay.
my bag.
So I heard this take, and I want to know what you think about it, even as someone who has never really liked the Olympics. The reason that we as a country don't like the Olympics as much as we used to is because there aren't those rivalries like there were with the U.S. and the USSR.
That definitely hurts.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
We talk
I
about
guess- I mean,
China.
it's U.S. and China. Now.
Yeah, but,
But-
it doesn't seem to have the old school
No,
Cold
not
War
even-
hate.
All right,
Not
you know
even
what we should do?
close.
Start a war?
As a Grum, we should just pick a random country and just go against them.
No,
that
you
sounds like
can't be,
something that you would do.
can't be random, Nick. They got to be a country that matters.
Yeah.
Can't be a tiny baby country. Like,
I was always
That.
bothered at the Olympics that they never
don't
like
fall.
they don't make a big deal out of how many medals you get at the end of the game.
Oh, they don't.
Yeah, they do. They're always
do?
adding and subtracting. Not subtracting, but they're adding.
If you get
Like,
a
but then
paper,
There's
do
a
they-
prop bet on FanDuel.
But
get
do
a
they
paper,
give-
and they'll have the medal charts in it every morning.
Do they? I know. That's why I used to like really care about that. And I would look at the paper, but then at the end of the Olympics, they're not like you won the medal count, or they don't give you
Oh,
another.
so you want like a director's
I
cup?
want a championship.
Trev Alberts would be a big fan of this.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So who gets bonused if the United States hits their marks?
Biden.
Is it Biden?
The president of the United States.
So he's going to live just long enough to cash in on the Olympics
Well,
bonus.
maybe.
Part of
Oh,
me,
wait a second. Since Liberia ripped off our flag.
John, a lot of countries have ripped off our flag.
You've
Look at
never
that.
You've
Look
never
at- I
seen
mean-
that flag before?
No.
Sometimes people will say they love America on Twitter and they'll accidentally tweet out that flag.
I've never seen that flag. That's
Really? I thought you were
don't we have a
copyright?
yeah, don't
No,
we have a copyright on
Half
that
of the
flag?
flags are the same three colors, just turned a little bit.
Well,
yeah.
France,
but
and
that
then you
was
turn it.
that
Isn't
was
it
a-
Belgium?
So
that
we
was like a
copied
pretty
France
direct
if you want to get
ripoff.
pedantic about it.
No, we
We
didn't.
took their colors. Oh,
This
these
is
colors
great.
mean
Nick
this,
brings
this,
up
and
France.
this.
John gets triggered, and they argue about stuff.
We're
Nick
about
hates
to hand-
America.
Yep, you got me. John and I were going to handshake meme because
Why?
part of me likes to root against the country hosting the Olympics. So
Also,
I
you're
think it's
rooting
funny.
against France.
Right now, yes.
Oh, that's
Interesting that you
interesting.
think that's funny. Why do you think that's funny?
Just fun to see
Maybe
them.
you're a bit of a contrarian.
They're hosting
He says
this
he's
big
not.
event, and it's fun to watch them lose.
Totally.
I will say that the
Totally normal.
Do the French athletes in the middle of the competition just stop and wave a white flag?
Screw the French. Yeah, John.
I will say I usually like rooting for the home team or home country in a lot of events, but watching Brazil lose that World Cup soccer match 7-1 to Germany that one time was very
Yikes.
funny because
Yikes.
kids were crying in the
Germany, huh?
stands. I like German soccer, John, or I did in 2014.
Mm.
Yeah,
You liked when Germany won?
Mhm.
in 2014, it's okay to root for Germany now.
Is it?
I think so.
Are we
Oh,
sure?
I kind of like Luxembourg. They traded out blue for light blue.
See, it's the same three colors.
Okay, now that's
That's a good flag.
yeah, that's
That looks like a bomb pop.
it does
It
look like
does
a bomb
look-
pop.
It
Nice.
looks like that looks delicious. I bet
want to eat that flag.
I bet Luxembourgians come
Ooh.
over here and they see bomb pops and they're like, "Is this desecrating our flag?"
North Macedonia is cool. I like that.
Odson points out that Nick will be outwardly anti-USA in 2028.
I
Hey,
will.
did you know the Olympics are
Yes.
in Los Angeles?
Yep.
In 2028.
I'm gonna be pro Japan.
Oh, interesting.
Really?
Roger
Specifically
Sterling
just for
would like
baseball.
that.
Why?
Because Japanese baseball's great, John.
It's a Shohei Ohtani.
He loves
duh.
Ohtani.
You moron! I hope Paul Skeens pitches for us.
They're not going
He
to let
probably
any
will.
MLB athletes be
Well,
in the
there's
Olympics.
talk
That
of
means
them
Ohtani's not going to be there.
It's going to be
either.
a bunch of AA and
No,
AAA guys.
There's talk of them stopping the season. Bryce Harper wants this.
Oh, really?
They
Yes.
better not. I hope they don't.
Hey,
there's talk.
I want our college all-stars to go.
Nick,
over
stay off Twitter. Do we want to do a sports flash that's in relation to Nick's favorite team?
Germany,
Not that one. A different favorite team of Nick?
there. Iowa,
the Rockies.
Northern
Nick,
Iowa.
play the music.
Did they do
Okay.
a trade?
Sports Flash. Time for an unsportsmanlike
Let me guess.
conduct Sports Flash update. Sports Flash from the Sports Flash Sports.
All right, Happer, you guys
Desk.
first.
Cal Quantrill has been traded.
Nick?
Brendan Rodgers.
Wow, everyone is wrong.
No, who?
Tua had another accident.
It is in relation to Tua. According to Adam Schefter, the Dolphins have decided to... Oh, that was a little rough for me. Sign him to a 4-year extension. It's worth $212.4 million, including $167 million guaranteed.
Wow,
That's my quarterback.
That is your quarterback.
It officially is.
I love him.
until he gets hurt.
You love
He
him.
does jujitsu now, John. He's fine.
doesn't
He won't
mean
get concussions
anything.
anymore. He's going to be wearing one of
The
those giant helmets.
The scramble brain
Do
doesn't
we
go
think
away.
he's going to do that? Because you're allowed to wear the goofy helmets now.
I don't know.
Well, he wear
Something tells me his dad wouldn't allow it.
Good call, John. He'd
Oh.
yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
To his dad, a hard ass.
Oh,
yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Like abusive.
Oh,
Not
it's
even
like
a
Max
hard ass.
Verstappen's dad.
I don't know.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably on YouTube. You need to Google Tua's father college game day.
Yeah, you'll find it there probably.
That means he can start practicing again. He hasn't been practicing.
Really?
I mean, he's been at practice, but he hasn't been throwing anything.
I saw he did a TikTok with those Costco guys.
Yeah, I saw that. I didn't watch the TikTok.
Those
I just
Costco guys.
Oh, you guys would
it's
hate this.
father and this son who are really loud and really obnoxious, and they just eat a bunch of things from Costco.
They have this little fat kid,
Oh.
and he goes.
I do like Costco.
and he eats Costco, everything from Costco, and then they like rate it, and their rating system is boom or doom.
Wow.
Mm.
And they probably are making millions on TikTok.
Oh, they are.
Indeed.
It's both really annoying and kind of wholesome at the same time.
What country is that? Is that us?
Well, they're doing a Team USA tracker. I wonder if all the basketball players are like sitting underneath downstairs going, I'm not going up there and hanging with those weirdos.
we have to have the biggest boat, right? We have the most athletes. We have the
I've been
biggest
wondering
boat.
about this all day. How big will the boat be?
The boat has to be gigantic.
Well, I think all the boats are the same size.
No. No,
They're not?
because there was one that was just on a dinghy with like two people on the boat.
You know what the U.S.
Well,
should
but
do?
It's like a
they're
life
stacking
raft.
up. They're stacking up smaller countries all together on the same
Sometimes
boat.
they do that, but there was one country that I
Oh.
saw that came by that had literally like a life raft.
You know what we should do?
Have a
We should've-
destroyer.
Yes, we should have come in on a battleship.
Yeah.
I'd say I don't know
Frickin-
if a battleship would fit under that bridge, but a destroyer might.
Freaking USS Texas, just
Yeah.
hauling ass through
Why
there.
the Texas?
Big horn.
They'd
We
win-
usually name our battleships after.
They'd
states.
win
Well,
all
we
the
do. I
golds
said
if they're
why
all
the
the other
Texas?
athletes are dead.
honk honk. Yeah, here we come.
I can't wait to see the marathon.
And then we
for
shoot like
America.
confetti out of the
Running.
big ass cannons.
Yes.
Nice,
Yes.
John.
Yeah, the cannons they usually spray the water out to keep the pirates away. They're fireworks that come.
So-
out there.
By the way, John, the USS Texas was a World War I battleship. It's in
Oh, was
Galveston right
Oh,
now.
okay. Oh, I didn't know. I mean, I just had to guess. I knew I wasn't going to say the Arizona because sadly that was the one that
people
got sank
forget.
at Pearl
That's the one that
Harbor.
you can see, right?
Yeah,
Or
that's
like
the
the
one that-
top of
that's-
it's sticking up.
That's
Yeah.
the one that's
That day lives in infamy.
Yeah, I know it does, Nick, and that's the country you're
Which
rooting
one
for.
did they play the college basketball game on?
That was an aircraft carrier.
That was so stupid. So stupid.
It was.
Weren't they like slipping and sliding?
I
feel
was
like
like
that-
windy,
I
wasn't
feel
it?
like it was
Yeah.
foggy, and so it caused the court to be slippery.
Yeah, it might have
Classic.
been. I don't remember. Oh,
Really
you're
dumb.
right. Yeah, Marshall Islands is on like a ski boat.
Yeah, they
Well,
have
that's
a
a fun
dinghy.
flag.
That is a fun flag.
That's a really good flag.
Let's
like
go
that
Marshall Islands.
That looks more like an airline than a country.
It
Do you
does look a
suppose
little
Marshall
airline-y.
Falk is the flag bearer for the Marshall Islands?
We didn't talk about the airline situation yesterday.
Oh, yeah. People are very triggered.
Southwest truthers like myself love Southwest for what it is.
I am not bothered by this news whatsoever.
You don't fly
Honestly,
Southwest,
I'm
though,
not
do you?
either.
I do.
You do?
Mhm.
So you prefer to have a seat?
Yeah.
Were you one of the respondents to the survey that said you'd like to have a...
No, I didn't fill out a survey, but yeah,
I
I
found
like.
it-
That's why I like other airlines because I like having my seat.
I found it impossible to believe that 80% of Southwest flyers said that they'd rather have
Yeah,
a-
that's
Yeah,
weird.
I think
That
that's. I think
that was
that's-
screwed up.
Because I
I
felt
think
like
that's
that was
wrong.
always the bit with Southwest. Is that
Correct.
most people liked it because of the checking in and getting whatever
Makes
seat
things
you want.
cheaper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, not
I've
good.
never flown enough
I mean,
to
I'm
have
with
an
Josh. I'm
opinion.
not really disturbed by it. I just don't fly commercial enough.
Yeah, John's always into
Wow.
PJs.
Jeez.
Amazing.
I'm PJ John.
Amazing.
He doesn't.
I don't.
He
What's
doesn't.
life up there in your grill deck in your ivory tower like?
It's wonderful.
It really is.
I think about
still have a
sometimes-
brisket to smoke.
You know, when I went to Pittsburgh for the NCAA tournament, and I would, how many planes, trains, and automobiles that I had to take.
Meanwhile, John was like,
Meanwhile, John
he'd
was
been
like,
there for hours.
"Whee, I got Wi-Fi.
Mhm.
You know,
Yeah.
Wow.
Police escort.
Mexico only has 108 athletes.
I
They must not be very good.
when I was working for the BTN, I got to do a police escort situation a couple of times because like Kevin would have to leave and get to the airport so he could go to his NFL city. And man, you want to talk about fun getting out of a place with 80,000 fans
That's
and
awesome.
then we're out of there in 5 seconds. It's like, sweet, bye-bye.
Yeah.
I'd go to my next town.
Federated States of Micronesia.
What
this
the
sounds
hell
like
is
Micronesia. I
Micronesia?
think
This
that's
sounds
what
like
Mr. H had.
this sounds like something out of Star Trek.
That's the
different
under, by the
micro.
way. Oh, my bad. It's not what
Oh,
he
the
had.
under's already hit
It's in Oceania. It's
several times.
near.
Has it?
It's
Well, you
near
were
New
rooting for
Guinea.
Germany.
Oh, yeah. Well, we didn't bring him up, though.
I said the under hit already.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. All right. Never mind.
Wow, Micronesia do be micro.
How big is it, Nick?
Like Rhode Island micro.
It's smaller than Rhode Island.
Wow.
Maybe 5 kilometers wide.
Wow. That is
A
micro.
little big. It's about 10. Maybe 10.
So it's 6 miles wide
Sure.
at the most? That's tiny.
It's small.
That's very tiny. How big is it up and down?
I don't know.
Okay.
Probably why they call it Micronesia.
Yeah, hard to argue with that.
Micronesia.
Let's see. Where is this place? Why? When you Google it, I mean, it's just on the maps, it's just a big picture of the ocean.
Oh,
That's how tiny it is.
so Micronesia is a country spread across the Pacific Ocean, comprising more than 600 islands.
what?
So okay,
That's so many islands.
it is a lot of islands.
I'm guessing they're all very, very, very tiny
No,
baby
they're
islands.
mostly the islands
Well,
that the U.S.
They're
was
probably
taking from
atolls.
Japan.
Yeah.
Should have went
There
and
is an
shot
atoll.
Lost there previously on Lost.
Yeah.
There's Ant Atoll.
By the way, did we miss Gilligan's Island? Have they gone through yet?
Nice, John.
Nice. They had more people than Micronesia on there, I think.
Well, of course they did.
Yeah. Micronesia had what, 3?
Because you had how many castaways? Oh my God, how many castaways?
Never watched the show.
All right, so you had
I've seen
probably in
you
the
had
song,
Lovey
right?
and Mr. Lovey. You had Gilligan and the Skipper. You had Marianne and Ginger and the Professor. 7. 7 cast. I'm trying to
7?
remember the lyrics to the song. 7
Mm-mm.
castaways on a 3-hour
Throughout
tour.
What happened at the end of that show? Did they get off the island?
They never got off the island because the show got canceled.
What?
But then after it hit big in syndication, they brought back. They did made for TV movies, and they got off the island, and then they got restranded, and then it was. They did a lot of made for TV movies. I believe that one of them was the Harlem Globetrotters on Gilligan's Island.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Did the Harlem Globetrotters do a bit where they acted like they were going to save them and then they didn't? Like, oh.
Probably. I don't remember it very well. I mean, Gilligan's Island was like on every day after school.
Yeah.
That and Hogan's Heroes. It's great.
Hogan's Heroes is a good show.
Very
Never
good
watched
show.
that show either.
Josh wouldn't have liked that show because the Germans are the bad guys.
They were bad guys, John. They
They're
were
Very funny, but
I
bad
like
guys.
2024
They were also
Germany.
bumbling idiots.
Yes, they were. Yes, they were.
Husker country, by the way, going back to Southwest. As long as bags still fly free on Southwest, I'm still
Apparently,
in.
they still do.
See now,
We'll
First
see.
2 bags
that
free.
will change eventually, but until then, that is very nice.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Very nice.
It's very nice. Southwest goes the most places out of Omaha. If you have to,
Does
have
it
the
really?
unfortunate circumstance of flying commercial, John.
Ugh.
You have to.
So
A
unfortunate.
lot of cases have to take Southwest. There's a lot of places. We get a lot of places.
Do we?
Southwest out of Omaha. Yeah.
Cool.
Is that the airline our recruit came in on?
No, that was somebody actually tweeted me the flight.
Of
tracker.
course they did.
I think it was American from Charlotte.
Yeah, by the way, Tommy asks, is the whole meet Dylan Raiola and David Sanders thing in Lincoln still happening?
I deleted the tweet probably because
Oh,
it was
did
a
he?
violation of rules.
That's what I said yesterday when it happened. I was
That's
like, I
gonna be
don't think
funny
that
if
this is
someone
allowed.
from the NCAA is standing with his arms folded right next to the Tom Osborne Brooke Behringer statue and
You're
says,
done.
"Nope, disqualified." And then both Sanders and Raiola are.
They go to Tennessee.
So well, yeah, Dylan Raiola has been suspended for the entire season.
And he's transferring.
Oh my gosh.
That would be bad, Josh.
Put that guy in bubble wrap for the entire month of August.
Uh-huh.
Well, apparently
name-
put his hands in bubble wrap so he can't tweet out illegal things.
What was that airline that was in Lincoln that was supposed to go to all these places?
Redway.
Redway.
Matt
Oh,
Rule
you mean the
Airlines.
one that every
Yeah.
person in the
On-3
Nebraska
airway.
media had
Oh
had
my
some
gosh,
kind of points
there's
in?
a play!
So many people went to Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Because you could get
True
a
that.
flight for $4.
Why didn't they
Yeah.
buy any advertising with us? I would have said many good things about the stupid
Yeah.
airplane.
Yeah, but who
We
would have thought that didn't work? You could go somewhere for $4
Exactly.
From Lincoln.
We could have done a show from the air.
we could have done. Nah, I don't think we could have done that. We could have done a show from the airport, though.
Oh, they would have given us the Wi-Fi.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would have been awesome.
What'd that last? About 6 months?
Less than?
Yeah.
I don't even think
Because they had flights to Austin, Texas, too.
Yeah. I imagine they were very full. From Lincoln to Austin, Texas.
Well, they got Howie Mandel singing on this thing now?
Who is that?
It looks like Howie Mandel.
It's got to be a French
Is
guy.
that Pitbull?
No.
It looks like this guy's some
It's a
facial hair.
French- It's a French guy.
It's a French guy.
Yeah.
So he can't understand a damn thing he's saying.
Nobody knows what he's saying. It's definitely not Pitbull. It could
That's
be like
not Pitbull.
Pitbull's
Wee
uncle,
wee.
maybe.
Pitbull's uncle.
It kind of looks like Pitbull's uncle.
He looks like a
Pitbull's French
ladybug.
uncle.
It's so stupid that they're going to do the swimming events in this body of water.
In the Seine
So dumb.
with
Wait.
the poop.
You didn't know about that?
The actual
Yeah.
pool, the
The-
pool swimming?
Yeah.
How?
Good
They're
question.
building a pool in the river.
I have no idea
No, there's
what
a
they're
pool.
doing.
There's a pool.
Oh, there is a pool?
There has to be.
Yeah, you can't.
But
Yeah.
they're doing it in the river. They're swimming
so
in
they
the
must
river.
have built a structure in the river.
Stupid.
I would imagine so.
That's why, Kramer was able to swim the Hudson. So
Nice. Good reference.
That's true.
Venmo Chris says, I'm just going to say it. F Gilligan's Island.
Wow.
It's just lost without flashbacks or being good.
Gilligan's Island is just lost.
whoa. Come on now.
Lost was awesome.
All of it.
No.
Hmm.
But a lot of it was awesome.
See, and that's what makes me
Lost
not
didn't
want to
have
watch
Ginger or Mary.
We have to go. Oh, John,
Team-
there were women on the show that you would have been like,
Team Gilligan's Island.
Horny John strikes again.
Mhm.
It was the 70s.
See,
it was a different time.
I keep hearing about how
Show was
great
actually in the
Lost is, but
60s.
then it
It is.
ended badly, and it makes me not want to invest it in it.
The ending was fine.
But I didn't hate how Game of Thrones ended either, so
So
maybe, I
maybe you would like
Lost.
it. Yeah.
Hmm.
I didn't love the Lost ending, but a lot of the episodes on that show are awesome.
Yeah.
If you want to watch a show, you got to start Mad Men, though, or give me back my Blu-ray.
I do need to start Mad Men.
Yeah, you do be needing to start Mad Men, though.
Mhm.
You
Dear
are
God.
the last person that should be demanding something back from someone after what you did to poor John Niatawa and his copy of The Fugitive.
I
You
didn't do
stole
anything.
John He was
No,
Niatawa's copy
Niatawa
of The
came
Fugitive.
into the show one day because he had found we were talking about The Fugitive and that Josh had never seen it, and Niatawa actually came into the building and
very
said,
nice.
Here is my DVD copy. Go watch the movie."
And you
he
never gave it
did.
back.
I tried, and he said, I don't want it anymore. I tried to give it back to him.
Did you watch it?
Yeah, but when I watched it, I actually watched it on a streaming service so I could watch it in high definition.
Dear God.
Yeah.
So
he gave it to me in
Did you see the
2014.
hotel, the former Big Ten Media Days hotel?
Yeah. So when everyone makes the reference to that, I'm always like, oh, because I've only seen it once, and I didn't know he gave it to me in 2014.
Dr.
I don't think
Richard
I watched
Kimball?
it until either 2018 or 2019.
He gave it to you, and you're like, I don't care.
I don't care. It's a good movie though. I really enjoyed it.
It is a
Great
good
movie.
I think I
Great.
saw it one time a long time. I think my dad had it recorded on VHS somewhere.
Wow. What a different time.
We've now arrived at the runway model portion of the opening
Oh,
ceremonies.
awesome.
So that's good.
By the way, Andy says that he got engaged. What's the river called?
The Sen.
The Seine. He got engaged on the Seine River 12 years ago. Congrats to
Congrats on the
Andy.
engagement.
Andy, that is pretty big
Shout
time.
out to him. All of his friends probably hated him for proposing in France. Like, you jerk. Now I got a lot to live up to. Nick, where will you propose someday?
Haven't given it any thought.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
It'll be on a frolf course. It'll be after what's the name of that frolfer that we were Eagle Stone
Eagle
or
McMahon.
Eagle McMahon. It would be
Eagle
after
Stone.
Eagle McMahon, sinks a match-winning
Oh,
Throw.
No, keep
throw,
going. Keep going.
putt,
It's
whatever.
a putt. They putt.
Oh, he could ace.
The crowd will be going crazy. The 17 people there, and then
John, there's
Nick-
a lot of people at
Nick
these
will
events.
turn
There are
to
dozens of them.
his girlfriend
No, I
and
went
say,
to one. There was so
"Would you
many.
marry me?"
Will you be my fiance girlfriend?
Yeah.
Yes, I'd love to be.
What if I tape a ring to the bottom of a disc and I throw it and I'm like,
Oh,
"You put
crap.
that
It
up
went
for
over the
me."
fence.
Yeah, it'll go over the
That
fence and
would
end up
happen
in
to
some
me.
abandoned.
It lost its aerodynamic integrity.
That was
Exactly.
so
It was
funny.
so off balance. It was just like wobble,
and
wobble,
sad
wobble.
it was the disc that he was so excited for.
Uh-huh.
Remember when we were in Vegas?
Stupid construction zone.
Oh man, you were so mad.
I
I-
was very triggered by that.
Can't believe you did that still.
that he went
I
and
can't
played
believe you
Brawl.
went through with going there. I mean, it looked
That's what
like
I'm saying.
a war
Yes.
zone.
It was several minutes to get there.
Yeah,
Several minutes.
and he
several
was so
miles.
sad because his Uber driver didn't talk to him. But
then
then
we
the
got-
next Uber driver made up for that in spades.
I
we got-
love that guy.
Wow,
That guy was the best.
that guy should go on the Sipple podcast.
And that's why I love when
Football inspectors.
that's why I love when Uber drivers talk, because that happens.
I don't like that.
It was so
All I had
funny.
to do was say one thing to him.
What did you say again?
I said we were driving by the
Construction?
place that did
No,
Pawn Stars.
Isn't this
And
where
I
the
said,
street
"Isn't this
Pawn
where they
Stars?"
did Pawn Stars?" And he didn't even answer the question. He just said 500 things.
Half
after that.
hour later,
Yeah,
we were finally dropped off at our next locale.
people were
What a
having
guy.
fun in his.
And then
Uber.
Nick went and got that hat. That was the night of
I
Nick
did.
getting the
This is when I
In-N-Out
got the
hat.
In-N-Out hat.
2 hot threes.
Two hot threes.
Oh, good times. Vegas.
Yeah,
That was
you can
so
find it
long
on the
ago.
on the vlog.
It was already 4 months ago, John.
Dear
Football
God.
was so far away, a glint in our eye.
4 months from now, football will be almost done.
Don't want to think about that. Nah, the NFL will still have plenty of time
Ooh,
left.
We're already at Uganda, which means where's
We're
the
almost
USA? Is that our big boat?
Oh, gonna
No,
need a
that's
bigger
their
boat.
big boat.
We got to have a bigger boat than that.
No, that's their big boat.
Uzbekistan, Scott Frost's favorite country.
Nice.
They should have a sign that says "Coming next year." Nebraska playing in some random
Well,
non-conference
that's a cool
game.
flag.
That is a good flag. Good colors.
Blue, white, and red again.
It's green.
It's
Oh,
got green.
From
and,
this angle, it's
and-
different.
and it's got some thin outlines. Very pretty.
Yeah, they had some red pinstripes on there.
oh, fun.
Oh,
I like Pakistan.
we're going out of order now. What are we going back to P?
Yeah, I don't know. This is weird.
We're
I
going
don't think
the
regionally.
French
I don't-
aren't very good about their alphabet, apparently.
Wee wee.
I didn't think it was alphabetical. I think it's just
It was
Here you go.
alphabetical for a long time.
was it?
Yes.
You know what happened? They forgot, and Pakistan showed up late, and then it was like, oh crap, let's just squeeze them in somewhere.
Now we're back to the dancing.
I'm confused about the runway thing versus the country thing.
It's very interesting.
Ooh, it's great value, Japan.
Palau. What's Palau?
It's
Never heard of Palau.
it's in the Pacific
All
Island.
right, so what
Which
the
is
hell's
why
going
their
on with
flag
these-
is great value, Japan.
What's going on with this alphabet?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's it's the French. Can't
Well,
trust
maybe
them
it's
to do anything
John.
right.
Maybe it's
There's
alphabetical
a lady for you.
by the French alphabet.
What? You love women
Who doesn't?
who are wearing
Women. Who
lesser
doesn't?
clothes. So I was just saying, there you go.
She
Palestine.
was wearing more clothes than I was. Oh,
Uh-oh.
there's
John.
there's
John.
Kamala's favorite team.
John.
Boom!
Favorite team?
Yes, favorite team.
Oh.
Nice, John.
Oh, John.
Spot the lie.
I like that one. That was a good one.
I'm not even going to say anything. I was
Hi,
going to ask a
Panama.
question, but I'll just look
Oh,
at the flag.
they should have had Van Halen on this boat. That they haven't changed their national anthem to that tells me that
Oh, Papua New
they
Guinea.
need to work on that.
I don't like their flag.
You don't like their flag?
No, that's weird. They have a guinea pig with wings.
By the way, Tracy says, I believe it's going by the Greek alphabet. Also, only the long distance swimming is in the river.
You know, it makes sense for it to be the Greek alphabet. I get it.
Why?
They do look because the
Greece, the
yeah,
Olympics.
people forget.
It's a Greek thing.
Wow, nice eye roll, Happer.
Just go by numbers, you idiots.
Exactly.
But it's letters.
It is letters.
Don't go by numbers. That's what I'm saying.
What number would each country be?
Mm.
How would you number a country?
Oh,
Le Paris.
they have a big
No,
boat.
that's the Netherlands.
That is the
Netherlands had a yacht.
Yeah, the host goes first, right? Or do they go last?
I think they go last.
They go last.
No, but they have a nice.
Greece always goes first.
Yes.
Greece was first.
Okay,
Yes,
yeah.
because they're the
OG.
they're the
Okay,
ones
let me
that
know what our
foisted
boat
this upon
looks
us.
like after I leave.
All right.
I'm sure it's a big boat.
Got to be huge. Got to be the biggest boat.
That'd be cool if they
Never
just,
seen a boat so
that'd be-
big.
You know what they should have done? They should have just repurposed the stolen Red October and come in on that.
Ah!
Hey, Russia, screw you. You didn't make it. This is your boat, too.
We watched that for Movie Club, didn't we?
We did.
Yeah.
It's a
What
good
if-
movie.
a
What
great
if Germany
movie.
came in on a U-boat?
Well, the Germans are marching in under the arch like they did in 41.
Dear God.
Where's Germany?
much to Josh's joy. Yeah, Germany.
We should probably go to break.
Probably.
Bye, Happer. It was
Careful
nice.
for crazy Uncle John. says
Yeah,
something.
seriously. It was nice knowing you, Happer.
Oh,
Yep.
Poland.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Hit me up if you guys ever get bored, you know.
We will.
You want to be a guest on the Grum?
Yeah, I'll come on. I got the office.
You know, it's too bad. We used to do in 25 teams in 25 days. It was a composite ranking, and so Nebraska would be in it. And we're like, well, we talk about them every day. So we'd always bring Mike Babcock on.
Mm-hmm.
You could have been our Nebraska correspondent.
When's
Hey,
the-
tell us about
when's
Husker.
the Nebraska.
They're not in there this year.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't do. It was kind of silly to do 25 teams and include Nebraska.
It was, but we don't have to worry about that anymore.
Well, no, because we changed up how we do it.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
yeah.
no
You
longer a
just do
top 25.
random teams.
No,
now.
we do the 12 Nebraska opponents. Then we pick.
There is
other-
one very random team in here. John wanted to do Liberty. So we're
Well,
talking.
they're one of the G5
Sure.
contend. They are.
Yes, they are.
Spot
I
the
said we
line.
should do Boise, but
I
John was like,
think-
let's do Liberty.
I'm in support of that. I think it's fun to have just a random
So
G5.
that's
It
why Nick
is.
booked Jerry Falwell Jr. for the show. I'm looking forward to having him on. Seeing what he has
Good
to
idea.
say.
Good get, Nick.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Great get, Nick.
All
And
right.
the pool
Okay,
boy as
bye.
well.
Good luck.
Bye, Happer.
Thanks.
Have a very successful first trip to fatherhood.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Nice.
Will.
Happy for you, Happer.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Sorry I didn't
Yeah.
get you a gift.
That's
Congrats on the sex.
really okay.
Nice.
Thank you again.
Nice.
Yes, congrats on the sex 9 months ago.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sex boy.
All right. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, the Grum. We got K Ford coming on today.
Yeah, we do.
The K Ford ratings
Nice.
on 1620 The Zone.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really
It
is.
is a One Beer Friday.
Hell yes, it is, John.
Beer.
It's hot, which means you
Hell yes.
might need
it
a
is,
couple
John.
of them to keep you cool.
It's toasty outside.
They're toasty, but it's summer. Still.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome, everybody, to the Grum on this One Beer Friday. It's good to have you with us. Last Friday of July.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Damn.
It is. Josh got his wish. I mean,
I didn't do anything.
Everything's turning up Josh. He lucked out on one prediction.
What?
And-
That the
and-
passage
and-
of time happens and football
and then-
season
and then
eventually
he-
arrives?
And then he hit the fast forward button on the old summer. And
Why do you hate us?
Yeah,
I
why do
love
you-
the summer.
Why do you hate
You know what
us?
I'm doing when I get home tonight? I'm
No.
reading a book. I'm going to finish a book, a novel, which you would hate, John. And then you know what I'm going to do? I'm going
Why
to
would I
start.
hate a novel?
Because you said that you don't like reading fiction.
I didn't say I don't like reading fiction. I just prefer to read nonfiction.
Okay. I thought you said you don't like it. Well, either way, I'm going to go home and read a book. You know why? Because it's not football season, Nick. There'll be Friday games in a month. But I'm not watching football tonight. I'm
Well,
watching words.
That's because there's no football to be watching tonight.
Not
There's
yet.
probably a CFL game or two.
Don't want to watch that garbage.
But it's
Oh, come
football,
on.
Josh.
Nope.
I thought you loved football.
I like college football and I like the NFL.
Does Jed
That's
watch the CFL?
That's where my list ends. What's going on, John?
Well, the South Sudan, that's the team that almost beat the Americans, right, last week?
Yeah.
They were in
So
a dinghy.
apparently that's their entire Olympic
Oh, it's the basketball
is the
team?
basketball team because it said South Sudan, 14 athletes.
Nice.
Wow.
Congrats to
Oh,
them.
Sri Lanka.
That would be hilarious if they won.
What a cool flag. I like that flag.
Behind the flag. It,
It
looks
looks
like
like-
something from Game of Thrones.
It does look like
a
something. from
lion
Game
with a
of
sword.
Thrones.
That's sick.
Well, coming up on the Grum today, brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. Yes, Kelly Ford, the man behind the K Ford ratings,
Nice get, Nick.
will
Thank
join
you.
us, and we'll talk about his preseason power rankings. Kent's Movie Club today, Beverly Hills Cop, Axel F.,
Mm.
which is
Mm.
brand new out on Netflix.
Wow. Did you hear the tone of Nick's?
Hmm.
Oh,
Wow.
yeah, because, it happened, it's
Well, the movie's actually new.
new, but it's got a lot of 80s overtones.
Mm.
I do love 80s movies, John.
Mm.
Back to the Future, amazing movie.
Mm.
I think Nick's just doing this because he wants to continue he wants to perpetuate this ridiculous streak that I pick bad movies.
There was no religion in this movie, though.
There was no religion.
Yeah.
Lots of F words.
Yeah.
I was a fan of those.
Shooting, comedy,
And the Detroit Red Wings.
And the-
Comedy?
and the Detroit Red Wings.
Wow. Nick coming in hot. Plus, Nick will pick a movie.
I've already got my pick.
Well,
Interesting.
Speaking of bad movies, we'll wait and see what that is.
Got him.
Husker Math, the path to 5,000 yards. I'm going to make a comparison,
Okay.
a relatable comparison, as we try to figure out
The Relate Boys.
how Nebraska is going to become, yes, I know for right now we're just saying average, but the average offense,
John.
the average offense in college football
Dream a little bigger, darling.
gains about 5,000 yards.
Okay.
Based
Yeah,
on
pretty much right
based
on the dot.
Based on the last couple of years. But
Yeah.
the middle of the pack team has been around 5,000 yards of offense.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to try to chart the path to 5,000 yards. 25 teams today. Ho, Prime.
It's Colorado
We
Day.
saved Colorado for Friday.
We did indeed.
One Beer Friday, Colorado felt right.
Oh.
Powell
How?
has a problem with Matt Rule and
Mm.
tips off what will be a theme this season and beyond.
Bad takes.
Yes. The Baseball Trading Post is seeing some activity today. Your team got a very nice pickup.
I know. I
Wait,
was really excited.
The Royals or the Mariners or the Red Sox?
Oh, that's right. Josh is.
Don't forget the Reds, Nick.
The Mariners. Randy Arozarena.
When did you start liking the Reds?
When King Griffey Jr. went there in 2000.
25 years ago.
In the year 2000.
First time I've ever heard you say the word the
I've
Reds.
mentioned the Reds before. I got a hat. I had my dad buy me a Reds hat. It was black with a red bill and a red C.
And then he was disappointed to find out that Reds didn't stand for Soviet Union.
Nice, John. I wore that hat in the summer. It stunk by the end of the summer. It was a stinky, stinky hat.
Well, strangely, so did the Reds.
They were not very good because he got hurt. It sucked.
Yeah, he did. The Raiders out here disrespecting the Chiefs.
Oh, man. Our audience around here is not going to like that.
It's a One Beer Friday and predictions.
Yes.
Nick has... You might need to get a voodoo doll or
It's just a
go
slump.
go George Costanza and
It's a
just
slump,
go
all right.
opposite of your instincts because
It's just a slump.
it's a bad
It's a
slump.
solid
it's,
idea.
it's such a bad slump that some people have passed you in the overall standings after their horrid start.
It's just the first loser.
It's a nice kick for me at the end here. This is what you want right before the beginning of football season. Are we going to week 0 for this leg? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, we always
want to make sure, yeah.
Yeah, the first week of the new leg is always the first week of Nebraska's season.
So Labor Day weekend.
Yeah.
Tight.
And
Tight.
happy 69th
Nice.
Kirk Ferentz.
Oh, your coach.
My coach.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, 402-951-1620 is the 42 degrees of the Source hotline. You can also text that line.
Yes, you can. We got text coming in up the
Got
wazoo.
text, that's
Whoa.
good. You can also hit us up in the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page, which is where you can also take pictures of what you're enjoying heading into this steamy weekend. One Beer Friday. Use the hashtag One Beer Friday.
So steamy.
And the Equitable Bank inbox. John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. At Equitable, we take banking personally. We answer the phone on the first ring.
And it is, John, remember, it is a Friday, and the zone deal today is gone. But there are still other zone deals that are available at 1620thezone.com.
Well, check them out. It's like a
I'm looking at them right now. Look at some of these
shopping mall.
Yeah, look at some of these zone deals. Overhead doors, Radizio Grill, and
Radizio
more.
Grill.
Radizio Grill, excuse me.
Radizio Grill. Like there's a zone deal for Radizio
Dude,
Grill.
it's only $25. Man,
Radizio Grill.
we're allowed to buy these, right?
Yes.
Yeah, look at
We're
that.
actually allowed to buy these.
Yeah, it's only $25. But
And
it's
the
a
other one, the
$50
overhead door one, wasn't that for a garage door opener?
It is
or a
indeed.
garage?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're in
Wow.
the market for that, man, you need to check that out.
Heck of a deal.
1620thezone.com. Don't forget it.
Well, real quick, the overhead doors from Langfeld, it's actually more than 50% off. It is 55% off.
Oh.
That is awesome.
It's a very specific deal, but
Yeah.
save some decent coin.
I love saving
if you're
coin.
in the market for
the master of coin.
Was it a read that for? Was
What
it a
was it?
garage door or garage door opener?
Let me go back to the deals page. It is a overhead garage door opener with remote and installation.
Wow.
So they will install a chain drive garage door opener with remote and installation, a $450 value, and it is only $200.
Holy
It used to be
crap.
$225. We've lowered it even more for you.
Good Lord.
There's not very many left. That is an awesome deal.
I was at
Yes.
somebody's house this last weekend. Their garage door, silent.
Yeah?
I've never heard a silent garage door.
I wish
Silent,
ours was
slow.
silent.
It was amazing.
Yeah.
Gotta love the garage door openers. Before we go to our new friend, K Ford, our
K.
new friend of the
Ford.
Grum, Jed writes, I have been reading this week too. I've been reading my college football preview magazine because it is football season. I had a friend who reached out to me earlier today and said, Josh, you are finally right. It is football season because he bought a Nebraska hoodie, which is for the fall when it gets chilly outside.
Oh,
So,
what a soft-ass millennial.
Starting to hear this more and more. Football season is here.
See, again,
You're
why
welcome,
does it-
everybody.
Why do you hate us?
I
Why
don't
do you
hate
hate
you.
us and want to kill our summer?
John, I love you.
No, you don't.
I love you more than I love most people. If I were to rank the
That's
people
a
that I
ringing
love,
endorsement.
you're in my top 20, maybe top 15.
Would he show up on your MySpace?
I think you're only allowed 8. So no, he would not be on there, but he would still be in the top 15 to 20.
I didn't know there was a restriction on MySpace.
On the top 8 friends. You had to have a top 8 friends.
No kidding.
You could have a million friends, but you got to decide on the top 8.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're dating someone, they always needed to be number 1. You don't want to make anyone mad. You put
Wow,
your best friends number 2.
No wonder this thing failed.
Yeah, bring back
Wow,
MySpace.
It's way too much pressure.
Mm.
Because imagine if you're like a parent and you're friends with your kids,
Oh, yeah, and you're not number 1.
and the one kid is number 1.
It's my girlfriend.
Well, actually, they're tied. No, it doesn't. It says right there, I am clearly number 3, while Jimmy is number 4.
Yeah, also, do you put your mom or dad first?
Ooh.
Yeah.
No way.
Max on YouTube writes, football is absolutely here. Wow.
Not yet.
We've got a lot of people that need help reading calendars. It is July the 26th, folks.
Famously.
And with that said, we're going to talk football next.
Let's do it.
Kelly Ford, the man behind K Ford Ratings,
Nice.
will join us next. A brand new friend of the Grum. We like inaugurating new friends of the Grum.
Yeah.
Right here on 1620 The Zone.
Worried about damage from the recent storms? J-Tech Construction is a local company you can count on to make your home right again. We are the official exterior experts of the Huskers. J-Tech Construction's team of experts can help you with your insurance restoration process. Turn to who the Huskers turn to and call 402-261-3682 today for your free assessment. Whether it's hail, wind, or just time for an update, J-Tech Construction's team is the trained local solution you can count on. Call 402-261-3682 today.
At Churco, Chef Dave blends the distinctive food of northern Italy with the melting pot of American cuisine to bring a unique fusion of style and flavors to West Omaha. From fresh pastas handcrafted daily to house-dried aged steaks and focaccia bread baked daily, Churco is perfect for date night or any night. Churco features uniquely crafted cocktails, an extensive Italian and American wine list, and a robust happy hour Tuesday through Sunday. Churco, 192nd and Q, and CIRCOOmaha.com.
Real quick before we welcome on our first guest, Trevor Guchetsky, son of Scott Guchetsky, just won his match at the U.S. Junior Amateur. He is a finalist. That was his semifinal.
Congrats to him.
So congrats to Trevor Guchetsky, Omaha's own. Let's welcome in a new friend of the Grum. He is Kelly Ford, behind the K Ford ratings, which we have been quoting quite extensively here on the Grum the last few weeks. KFordratings.com is where you can find it. And Kelly joins us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Good afternoon, Kelly. Welcome to the Grum.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
So, this is that time where you're cranking out a bunch of new stuff and getting ready for the season. How would you differentiate your rankings maybe versus other rankings of its kind out there?
Yeah, so, what I'm trying to do in the power rating world is assign an objective value to every single FBS team relative to each other, right? And so at the core of what I'm doing, it's not different than what Bill Connolly's doing with SP Plus or Brian Fremeau with FEI or ESPN's FPI. There are a lot of different power rating models out there. What makes mine different, what I would say, is certainly its accuracy as it performs, relative to the larger set of power ratings. Bill and Brian, they're the best, they're the godfathers, and they always will be. So I'm not even suggesting, mine being more accurate than theirs, but just generally speaking, with the power ratings that are out there and what I benchmark against, the accuracy is certainly something that I'm excited about. But probably more importantly, it's, I would say, the way that I present the data. And this is not a slight to anybody else in the space doing this, but what I'm able to generate from kind of a graphic standpoint, because what I learned is that it really doesn't matter how sound or how accurate your data is. If I can't communicate it to the masses in a relatively simple way, then it doesn't really matter. And so what I've done over the last 5 or 6 years is really figure out how to best communicate to large audiences, a advanced model, but in simple terms. And it's easily digestible for most everybody. And so that's kind of what I've done with the K Ford ratings on the website, KFordratings.com. And I would say that at this point is what separates me from a lot of others out there. And again, there's a lot of really great work being done in the college football power rating space.
Kelly, one more kind of on the nuts and bolts before we get into this season. Predictive versus resume. Yours seems to be more of a predictive model.
So I do both, and that's a really good point, and that's something that not enough people talk about or understand, clearly the difference is the K Ford ratings are power ratings that is predictive. We are trying to project forward. What I do on every single, what will be now Tuesday, it used to be Monday, now it's going to be Tuesday this year. What I do on Tuesday is I publish my updated most deserving rankings. And so that will have nothing to do with the power rating. It will be all about what have you accomplished against your schedule relative to what would be expected if we viewed all 134 schedules through the common lens. And so power ratings, yes, especially in the preseason, we're looking at projections looking forward. But the deeper we get into the season, the more and more informative the most deserving rankings become. And of course, by the end of the year, we want to look at who's the most accomplished team, who deserves to be in the playoff, not who are the best teams on paper. Let's reward the teams that have actually proved it over the course of the year.
Kelly, do you know if will commissioners have, obviously everyone's got access to your data. You can just go to kfordratings.com, but have you had interactions with folks on the committee who have used your data and look to help shape their, decisions on who gets ranked where?
At this point, no. Certainly that would be a goal and an ambition of mine. I do know of some of the committee members. I don't know them personally, but I do as a day job. But the ratings work is just a hobby for now. The day job is actually in college athletics. So I work in a Division I conference office. So I do rub elbows with some of the people in this industry. And certainly it would be great for one day them to be referencing my numbers along with many others as part of their conversations. But to this point, we're still building it. We're still building awareness, building the brand, all those things. And so, no, we have not gotten there yet, but certainly one day that would be a goal.
So, Kelly, diving into this season, I wanted to start, of course, with Nebraska since we're here in the state. One of the things that really jumped out to me when I was looking at your stuff earlier today is the 3 games or the 3 number of wins, rather, that it seems like are most likely. A 21% chance of Nebraska going 8-4, a 27% chance of going 7-5, 22% chance at going 6-6. You bring those three together, and that's 70%, which seems to be right in line with what a lot of us are thinking about around here. When you look at the schedule top to bottom, what are the games that you think swing the record in the positive or negative and allows them to slide best within one of those three records?
So for swing games, what we're going to look at usually for most teams is anywhere from the 30 to 70% win expectancy. That lines up, with relative toss-ups. Certainly, the closer you get to 30 or 70, the more of a favorite or underdog you're going to be. But relatively, or generally speaking, that's kind of a relative toss-up area. So if we look at Nebraska's schedule, which the first 7 games have greater than a 50% win expectancy. So it is feasible, not likely, but feasible that Nebraska could be 7-0 after 7 games. And then in the final 5 games, 4 of those 5, there's less than a 50% win expectancy. So certainly it's backloaded for Nebraska. But you're asking about those toss-up games, the ones that can really dictate which way the season goes. I'm going to look at week 2 at home against Colorado. That's a 56% win expectancy. Weeks 5 and 6, couple of conference games here on the road at Purdue at 67%. Rutgers at home is 63%. Indiana coming off an off week in week 8 is a 69% win expectancy. So between Purdue, Rutgers, and Indiana right there, those 3 conference games, the math would suggest that Nebraska goes 2-1 in those games. If Nebraska can go 3-0, certainly the season win total outlook is looking better. And then to close the year, on the back end, UCLA at home, week 10, that's a 57% win expectancy. Wisconsin, which is a big game, and week 13 is a 47% win expectancy. And then, of course, ending the year on the road at Iowa the day after Thanksgiving, a game everybody has circled every year, 37% at Iowa. So how many of those games can Nebraska win? Their record in those games, I think, will go a very long way in determining overall the general success or failure, at least from a record standpoint of this season.
A lot of folks might be wondering, Kelly Ford joins us. He is the man behind the K-Ford ratings, kfordratings.com. And for those of you watching it on the stream, we've got his Nebraska splash page, which you can see on his website up on the screen for you. And if you notice, Nebraska comes in at number 40 overall after a season ago when they were down in the 50s. 59 is where they ended up. A lot of folks might wonder where some of the numbers come from. Like, for example, Nebraska's offense, only 120th. But this year, cut it in half, 61st in offense. Some folks might wonder, where does that come from, especially knowing that there's a lot of incoming talent, including guys we've not seen play at the college level, namely Dylan Raiola.
Yeah, for sure. And so Raiola brings a lot of excitement. Of course, the quarterback position is the most important in all of team sports. We know that. So if he can play at the level at which many are projecting, certainly Nebraska's season is going to go well, and perhaps even better than my numbers are suggesting. So just to be clear, and I know it's on the YouTube screen, so we're looking at it there. You're right. Last year, Nebraska, number 59 in my power rating. Coming into this year, projecting number 40. So certainly I believe what Rule is building is in the positive direction. And I should just say, too, right off the top, I'm a big believer in Matt Rule. And it may not be this year, meaning 2024, but I do think whether it's 24, 25, 26, sooner or later, Nebraska is going to be competing at a very high level. And I feel very confident in saying that because Matt Rule has done it before. He did it at Temple. He did it at Baylor. He took over programs that were, quite honestly, in much worse shape than Nebraska was when he got there to Lincoln. And he turned it around. I fully expect him to do it here this year. Just to be clear about the offensive and defensive unit rankings this year for Nebraska as things project, I currently have this Husker offense at number 104. So it is an improvement on last year's 120, but I do have them at 104. That's why I'm saying if Raiola can play really well, that'll probably exceed that expectation. So the model's a little hesitant, doesn't want to dive fully in, but if Raiola plays well, that will certainly get better. The defense, again, projecting to be in the top 10 as it was last year. The 61 that you referenced is good news for Nebraska because that's in my schedule difficulty section.
Okay.
And so what I'm saying there is Nebraska is facing the 61st most difficult, or in other words, the 8th easiest of Power 4 teams collection of opposing FBS offenses. So Nebraska's got a top 10 defense of their own. They're facing, from Power 4 standpoint, a top 10 easiest schedule in terms of the offenses they're facing. So Nebraska should be at a minimum in each of these games this year, maybe with the exception of at Ohio State. That's going to be really tough, I think it's fair to say. But outside of that, that defense for Nebraska is going to keep them in this game, in every single game. So can the offense perform at the level we expect, or maybe even a little better? I think that'll go a long way into determining that end of season win total that the Huskers get.
My apologies. I did. I was reading this wrong. I'm out of my league.
Hey, Kelly, you mentioned Ohio State. I wanted to look at the top of the conference because it's pretty interesting looking at the overall power ratings. You have Ohio State 2 and Oregon 3 in the country behind only Georgia, and yet Oregon is the top team projected in the Big Ten for you. And obviously it's going to be a big deal because the winner of the league is going to get a top 4 seed. They want to play in the first round. The second place team will probably get a home game, though, at the very least. Is the Oregon over Ohio State lean? It seems like that just comes down to the game being in Eugene this year. Am I correct in reading it that way?
That is absolutely a huge part of it. So when you're looking at the conference projections, and you referenced it on kfordratings.com, I do have Oregon with 7.8 projected average conference wins, Ohio State at 7.6. So Oregon just slightly ahead, even though, as you said, Ohio State right now is projecting about 1 point per game on a neutral field better than Oregon. So you're absolutely right that the game being in Eugene is certainly, that game being there in week 7, certainly a big deal. But it's more than just that one game. Let's look at the totality of the schedules of these two teams. If you look at just the conference schedule, so strip away the non-conference, just the 9 Big Ten games, which still sounds weird to say we're talking about Oregon. Oregon has the second easiest Big Ten conference slate in the conference. Second easiest. Ohio State is number 12 out of 18 on that, so that would make them, the 7th easiest. So Ohio State has a more difficult conference schedule. They do have to go to Oregon, which of course is included in that. And despite them being about a point better, that's how we get to Oregon having marginally, very marginally, 0.2 of a game higher win total projection in conference play.
Talking with Kelly Ford, K4Ratings.com, joining us here on the 42 Degrees of the Source hotline. Georgia, no surprise. They are number 1 in your power rankings, and as you projected out your playoff, they are the national title pick. Any concerns that the off-field issues might affect them on the field this year?
Yeah, it's a really good question, and I'll give my general disclaimer about the power ratings and the model. No model, no matter how good. That includes mine. That includes those of the godfathers of college football predictive analytics. No model can capture absolutely everything.
Right.
Every model has blind spots. There are intangible things in and around a program that cannot be quantified from a mathematical standpoint. So I will say that there are things about Georgia off the field around the program that certainly should be considered when you're evaluating their season projection as a whole. There are other things like schedule dynamics is what I call them. Is your team coming off of an off week? Is your opponent coming off an off week? So is there a rest advantage? Is somebody having to travel across the country to come play you, which again, in today's expanded landscape of conference membership becomes more prevalent? These types of things are not included in the weekly or season-long projections. And so what I say is the model gives us a really good starting point for conversation. It's a 30,000-foot view of any individual team, game, conference race, national championship race, all those things. And then we do need to drill down and provide that context. So you've asked me, are there things around Georgia's program that are cause for concern? I would say the answer is yes. Like, you'd be silly to just ignore them. However, with that said, I think that Georgia's talent that they have on the field, as well as Kirby Smart's experience now as a multi-time national championship head coach, and not to mention all the coaches or the titles he's won as an assistant at Alabama, I think there is enough structure there that once these games start being played, all that other stuff will kind of fade into the distance, and they will be focused and ready to go. It's a really tough schedule for Georgia. It's number 2 in the entire country, but even with that, I still have the Bulldogs favored in every single game. I've got a 48% chance to win at least 11 in the regular season. So they are issues. They are concerns. I'm curious to see how much that persists once the ball is kicked here in late August or early September. And my gut tells me that Georgia is going to be just fine.
Kelly, sticking in the SEC, I want to look outside of the big 3 of Georgia, Texas, and Bama. There is a clump of 5 teams right after that on your projected rankings: LSU, Tennessee, Missouri, Ole Miss, and Texas A&M, which are pretty much all right there within the same amount of win territory. Which of those 5 do you like the most to maybe break through and get that either 3rd or 4th playoff bid from the SEC?
Yeah, so it's a really interesting dynamic because out of that group, Ole Miss, LSU, they're probably the highest power rated, so they're the strongest teams. But then you look at the schedules that these teams are playing, and Missouri and Tennessee, those are the ones that kind of pop off to me, especially within conference play there I'll say Missouri is a team just to keep an eye on because I have them number 15 in the power ratings. You know, they're projected 6th in the SEC standings, but like you said, they are a half game back from being projected number 3. So they're a team that I have my eye on because, yes, they're really good. I mean, this could be the most talented Missouri team that we've seen since, 2018 maybe, or maybe even throughout the whole college football playoff era, potentially. And the schedule really sets up nicely. Missouri is the only team in the SEC outside the top 30 in schedule difficulty. It's the second easiest conference-only slate. So of the 8 SEC games, only Texas has it easier in conference play. So Missouri is a team I think that right now only 2 games projected under a 50% win expectancy. If they can go 1-1 in those, and they're against these other teams, A&M, Alabama on the road, right? If they can go 1-1 in those, I mean, this is going to be a Missouri team that could win 10, 11 games. And I think that for that reason, they're someone to keep an eye on to potentially make the playoff a little bit unexpectedly, right? Because Missouri has not been, during the CFP era, a regular or even a one-time CFP participant.
Kelly Ford, KFordRatings.com, joining us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. I wanted to ask about Notre Dame because the Irish, despite being number 7 in your power rankings, they miss out on your projected playoff with a 10-2 projected record. And how much of that is because they have one of the weaker Power 5 schedule, or Power 4 schedules, I guess now we can call it, in the country?
They do, and that is unusual. Usually Notre Dame's kind of up there in terms of schedule difficulty. This year, like you said, I've got them number 58 out of 68. So it's the 11th easiest Power 4 schedule in the country. There's not a single game all year in which my numbers make Notre Dame a underdog. 50% win expectancy at A&M right out of the gate is the only game with less than a 65% win expectancy. It is for that reason that the math suggests Notre Dame would need 11 regular season wins to feel really good about their chances of getting an at-large. And of course, we know Notre Dame's only path to the playoff is via the at-large, not being in a conference and no AQ access. That being said, and I've talked about this before, if Notre Dame is sitting there at 10-2 at the end of the year, I know what my model says. I know what the math says from a deservedness standpoint. I do not believe, and this is not what I believe is right, but this is what I believe is factual. I don't believe the committee in any year, this year or otherwise, would leave out a 10-win Notre Dame team from the playoff. I just don't think they would. I don't agree with that, but that is kind of what my position is on this. And I think based on how the committee has ranked teams in the past and the somewhat of a preference that they would show to a big brand like Notre Dame, I think if Notre Dame gets to 10, whether they deserve it or not, and they might, it depends how everything looks, right? We're projecting right now. We don't know what the resumes actually look like at the end of the year. But I think if Notre Dame gets to 10, they're certainly feeling good about their playoff chances this year. 9 with a schedule like this, I don't think so. I think it would take a lot of carnage elsewhere for Notre Dame to get in with 9, given the relatively easy schedule by Power 4 standards they're playing here in 2024.
Hey, Kelly, what do you think that the committee is going to do in terms of like ranking group of 5 teams so we know who is in the mix? We stumbled down a rabbit hole yesterday of discussing that, and I'm looking at your projected playoff right now, and you have Boise 38, UTSA 39, Liberty 49. You can't help but notice that those teams are well outside of the top 25. Obviously, like they're going to sneak some of those teams in on the back end, right? So we kind of know going into mid to late November who's in the mix from that part of the country.
Yeah, they certainly will. And we've seen that in years past, and we see it with the AP poll. You always get your token or tokens group of 5 teams or non-Power 4 teams that sneak in that 20 to 25 mix. And without fail, every single year, the most deserving rankings suggest that is ranking them too high. However, now that one spot in the playoff is reserved for a non-Power 4 champion, I do think that, there's really not a lot of harm. It lets people know where teams are standing. So I do expect at least one group of 5 teams, if not every week, certainly by the time we get to the last 2 or 3 rankings, to be included at a minimum in that 20 to 25 range from the committee's ranking.
Wrapping things up with Kelly Ford, KFordRatings.com. There's a lot of stuff already there on the site. Some of the stuff, obviously all the stuff that we've put up on the screen for those of you watching in on the stream are there, and a lot more individual team pages for everybody. But you do have a couple of things that are still to come before the season kicks off, and that is the what if and the most deserving rankings. Explain what those are.
I'm going to start with the most deserving. So every single Tuesday during the year, what I'll do is I'll update, everybody's record relative to what would be expected given the schedule they played. I can ordinally rank 1 to 134 which teams are most deserving, which teams have accomplished the most this year. No No preference for anything done in the past. It's what have you done on the field this year? That's how you're going to be ranked every single week. And, of course, that ranking becomes more informative every single week. Because after week one, you've only played one game. That's 100% of your resume. It's not very informative. Every single week, it gets more and more informative. And by the end of the year, that's what should be driving the conversation around the CFP. The what-if rankings, I'm actually really excited you asked about that because it was the 2021 Nebraska Cornhuskers that inspired me to do the what-if rankings. and what I do here with the what if is every single Wednesday. This will be the third year I've done the what if. Fourth year, 21, 2, 3, now 4. This will be the fourth year I've done the what if rankings. Every single Wednesday, what I do is any college football game that was decided by one possession or went to overtime. And you have to include that distinction there because I think it was 2 years ago now, Kansas and West Virginia played a game that went to overtime, and Kansas ended up winning by 13 points because they scored a touchdown and then they picked off West Virginia and ran it back the other way in overtime, and they ended up winning by 13. Obviously, that's not one possession, but we're going to count that as a one-possession game since it was in overtime. So any game that's one possession or overtime, flip the result. So if you lost by 4, nope, you actually won by 3 or whatever it is, right? If you won by 7, nope, you actually lost by 1 or whatever, however that math works. It's 8.5 points is what I add to the losing team score to make that work. We flip the result. We run it through the most deserving rankings and we see, okay, in the what if world, the one possession world, these would be the most deserving rankings. And I know it probably breaks hearts there, or maybe it's a joke now at this point, but in 2021, Nebraska ended up going 3-9. This was a top 30 power rated team by my numbers. In the what if world, the Nebraska Cornhuskers would have been 11-1, playing for a Big Ten championship, and would have been number 1 in the country by my most deserving ranking, heading into Indianapolis to play in the Big Ten championship. So I almost called them my Nebraska rankings, and ultimately I decided, no, let's go with the what if. But in my heart, these are the Nebraska rankings because 2021 Nebraska under Scott Frost inspired me to do the exercise.
Real quick, Kelly, what was Nebraska last year? Because they also had a lot of close games.
Oh, gosh, I don't have that one off the top of my head. I could DM you and get you the answer there.
No problem.
Last year's off the website, but I can go find that for you.
All right.
Awesome.
Kelly Ford, great stuff. KFordratings.com. Make it a bookmark and check it out. There's a lot of cool stuff already there and a lot more to come. And we'll certainly be quoting these all season long. Kelly, we really appreciate it. Thanks for being a new friend of the Grum, and I'm sure we will catch up during the season.
Absolutely, guys. I really appreciate it. Last thing, I did find it. I had Nebraska last year. You would have been 9-3 heading into conference championship game weekend. You would have been number 26 in the most deserving rankings of the what if world. So thank you guys for having me. I really appreciate it.
You bet.
Thank you, Kelly.
I knew we could find it.
Oh,
I was just stalling long enough.
Maybe this year they'll finally get it done.
KFordratings.com.
That was fun, man.
Yes, it was.
The thing that stands out, not only is all of the great information and data, but he presents it in a very nice and neat way to look at.
Except for when I misread, because I was looking.
When you misread,
I don't know.
stuff.
I was looking at the schedule difficulty, and for some reason it stood out. But yes,
very digestible.
But
Even I
is.
can read it.
And when Nick can read it,
And just like my buddy Bart,
yeah, I like K Ford.
It's free.
Yeah, it is. It's very nice.
All there.
I think
No subscription, no nothing. You just go in there, and it'll be cool to watch this. And no knock on Bill. We love Bill Conley too, another great friend of the Grum. But there'll be a lot more detailed stuff as the season progresses following this. So it'll be fun to compare the two. Nebraska came in 40th.
Yes.
In the K Ford this year. And I believe they're
what do you want to know?
What were they in the Bills? Bill, they were overall 39.
Yeah, I was going to say they're pretty much right next to each
close.
other. Yeah.
And a lot of these are pretty close.
Yeah.
There's just, some formulas might be a little bit more skewed heavily one way or another, but they all almost average out to the same thing.
Yeah.
But it's really cool. Really cool. Great stuff from Kelly Ford. KFordratings.com. All right.
Nice get, Nick.
Still to come. We're going to try, speaking of math, we're going to try to make, we're not trying to inundate you with too many numbers today.
The numbers, boys.
But we are going to try to make the math work. The path to 5,000.
Yeah, and Jed sent in something a few minutes ago that we will include with that discussion that, really just kind of lets you know how important running the ball will be. And can they settle down, old man?
I'm throw the ball guy.
Okay.
John's throw the ball guy now.
I'm being suspicious of run the ball guy.
Okay. It's definitely it's less run the ball and more run the ball efficiently. But that's not a fun thing to say. Run the ball efficiently, guy. Not as fun to say.
16-20 the zone. Welcome back to the Grum. John, Josh, and Nick.
David writes in on the Equitable Bank inbox, did he say, talking about K4, did he say Nebraska's offense rated 100 plus when coming up with his projections and still gave them around 8 wins? I wonder what happens if he switches that to only middle of the pack, like 65th. That's crazy that he still has them with a piss-poor offense and still going to bowl. He has them projected to win 7 games.
Yeah.
They are, where is it at on this graphic? 6.9 wins. Nice. There is a 21% chance of going 8-4, a 27% chance of going 7-5, and a 22% chance of going 6-6. But over the years, we have always talked about wins and losses and a record overall. It's a math problem, right? Like you don't want to start 0-1 because then if you want to get to 7, you have to go 7-4, and it get very reductive. And we are lowering it to the lowest common denominator. But I love thinking about a season in that way. And so when I asked him the question about the games that are going to swing everything. Interesting how he defined that. 30% chance of winning all the way up to 70% chance. Because the closer you get to 70, the more the people are like, hell yeah, it's a lock, baby. They're going to win that game.
Yeah.
But he pointed out 3 games in particular, Rutgers, Purdue, and Indiana. Those are all between 60 and 70% that Nebraska will win. He said most likely they'll go 2-1. But if they go 3-0.
Well, but think about in recent years.
Exactly.
They've lost probably more of those types of games than they have won.
Yeah.
Based on the preseason projection. Yeah, and I wouldn't fret over the 104. Remember, it's hard to project what Dylan Raiola is going to do because he's never done anything on a college football field.
Yeah.
So that will be the fascinating thing, and you'll start to see these things. Bill always used to tell us, Bill Conley, that after about 4 weeks or so is when you start getting the data from this season starts to take over more of the formula. That's why these types of rankings don't have the wild fluctuations. Like if Ohio State got beat in week 1 by Akron, they wouldn't drop from, where does he have them? 2nd down to, 15th. Like these don't work like opinion polls do, right? There's still a lot of the stuff baked into the formula from what carried into the season. Yeah. So you really have to wait. And that's kind of the fun thing about watching this is to see when you do see fluctuations, they're a little more impactful when you see them in these types of formulas because these formulas are designed not to be overreactive.
Yeah. Max writes, I get the model and data and all, but man, I would be really surprised if our offense was still that bad. I would as well. For the record, I think that they will certainly be closer to average. Just going to be how close to average? Can they be above average? Will they be below average?
Well, that leads us now into what we would call a more traditional math problem. So we brought this up earlier this week. We looked at Nebraska's top 3 running backs going back to 2017 and just to see how they performed. And of course, it was a forgettable era. Nebraska only had one 1,000-yard rusher, and only one time did they clear 1,200 yards combined between its top 3 running backs. And this is a team this year that's going to be relying on its running backs more so than they have in previous years because the QB run game, theoretically, as long as all goes as planned, won't be as predominant in Nebraska's offensive attack. So then the next thing we did was identify, all right, so if Nebraska's going to go from being 102 like they are on K-Ford and become more of an average offense, how many yards does that usually mean?
Yeah.
Well, in terms of just raw yards, the last few seasons, 5,000 yards is kind of that cutoff line between, above 50%, below 50% in terms of total number of teams in FBS football. 5,000 yards. So now you start to put things together in your head. If Nebraska's running backs have been doing less than 1,500 yards between its top 3 runners, that means your quarterback's going to be asked to throw for 3,500 or more passing yards to get to that 5,000.
Seems like a
number.
lot.
That's a lot.
If you're talking about just 12 games, that is almost 300 yards a game.
So
a lot of yards.
This was a few weeks ago, but the Twitter handle Arbitrary Analytics put out a tweet and a poll question that said since 1950, the Huskers have had only 18 seasons with a 2,000-yard passer. and only 7 with a player with 20 passing TDs.
Since when?
Since 1950. Now, keep in mind,
they ran the option or they had a run game.
Prior to, Bill Callahan.
Yeah.
Nebraska having a 2,000-yard passer was extremely rare because they were a running football team. So most of those 2,000-plus yard seasons have happened in this century. But it was interesting to see in the respondents that 48% of the respondents said, yes, they think that Raiola is going to hit both of those totals in 2024, going over 2,000 yards and going over 20 passing touchdowns, to which Arbitrary Analytics said, almost half of you think Raiola hits those totals. That would put him in the range of the 8th best passing season in school history and the 5th best season by a true freshman 5-star quarterback since 2011. So think about that. Just getting over 2,000 yards, 8th best passing season, or in the range of 8th best passing season, and the 5th best season by a true freshman 5-star since 2011. That's just to get to 2,000 yards.
Yeah.
We're talking about the math to get to 5,000, and we're talking about needing to get at least 3,500 yards, assuming that the running backs don't do their share. So that's kind of interesting. So then what I did next was I looked at a comparable team, a team that last year would have kind of met that average standpoint. And it's a team that you will recognize locally. And we'll talk about that when we come back.
All right.
Kent's Movie Club is also coming up because we're going to try to put this math question together about how Nebraska gets to 5,000 yards and thus becomes theoretically an average offense. 402-951-1620 if you want to weigh in. Now they've got some guy in tinfoil walking up the stairs with a towel.
I think that's a woman in armor. Olympic armor.
What do they need the towel for?
It's a cape, John.
Are they already?
It's like Game of Thrones,
No.
John.
She's carrying a towel.
Oh.
Looks like she's carrying a big towel. Maybe someone
Maybe
took
it's
a bath.
a flag.
I guess, yeah,
Well,
probably
she's
Olympic
wearing
flag
she's
or a
wearing
robe.
the flag.
No, that's a cape, John.
Well, yeah, but it looks like that's the Olympic flag she's wearing.
But as a cape, not a flag.
Behind the flag.
Well, some people have used a flag as a cape. We'll see it in the Olympics. We'll see people put the
We'll
flag.
see it in the Olympics, yes, because
You'll see it in the Olympics.
You've
You'll-
been watching
you'll
this
have-
nonstop. You won't shut up about it. Every time we're on the air, you're like, let me talk about this
I
ceremony
haven't
more.
talked about it.
You just
since-
did.
I'll watch some of the running.
What about earlier? Thank you, Nick.
Well, yeah, during the
Interesting.
crossover.
Hmm.
That was an hour ago.
Oh.
That armor is sick.
Sick,
It's
Nick?
sick.
Okay.
Yes.
I wouldn't go that far.
Looks like they just got a bunch of Reynolds wrap. Hey, let's get some Reynolds wrap. 1620 The Zone.
By the way, shout out to Nick. He's got all these 25 teams and 25 grums that he's trying to keep track of.
Yeah.
He has so many guests coming up. Nick, do you use a calendar?
I
do.
do.
Put them in a calendar?
There's a calendar, and it's a physical calendar that I print out, put it in my
Nice.
office.
Nice.
And so I can look at it every day.
That's good.
Did you like?
We should set up a Google Calendar for us three.
We should.
We've only been together, you and I, for a decade. Nick's only been here for 3 years.
I guess
That's what Happer. I mean, he's leaving Josh now for a few weeks. Jerk.
And that could be the place where Nick puts all of his random. Hey, we need to talk about this on July 2027.
This is actually an excellent idea. Let's create a Google Calendar.
I like that the Happer Show uses Google Docs.
They do. That's how they.
That's a good
That's
idea.
how they do their prep. Is Tapper throws the topics in, and then Josh makes all the fun graphics for it. Oh, more things for Nick to do. Nice.
All right, it's time for some Husker math. The path to 5,000, which we have deemed as average. And I am using, for the purposes of this example, the Iowa State Cyclones.
Are we doing them in 25 teams and 25
Nope.
grums? Wow. Hater.
No,
They weren't on
Hater.
the list that I was given.
they weren't.
No.
God, I
Get
thought-
the eggs.
I wish they were.
I
Get
thought
the
I'd picked
eggs.
them.
I'd grab.
We
I'd
could delete a
gladly
team
talk
off
to
of the master list.
Let's get rid of Oregon. Who gives a crap
Well,
about
they're
them and their stupid uniforms?
them. We're already talking to Oregon.
Yeah.
It's gonna happen.
Oh, yeah. Jerry Allen on Monday.
I hope they bring the duck to Memorial Stadium.
They will.
The
I hope they
giant
do
duck.
too.
They're not playing at Memorial Stadium, though.
Oh,
Not
crap.
this year.
Because then I'll take a little sewing needle and go. Psh.
You jerk, John. All right, let's get
How
back
long
to this.
would it take to deflate that big ass thing if you just used a small little
Good
tiny
question.
sewing
Good
It would
question.
probably take days.
Probably would. So here is the path to average 5,000 yards, which Iowa State almost was last year. They were 81st in the country with 4,744 yards. So
They
for
were
those of
below
you-
average.
For those of you watching on the screen, we've got the side-by-side of last year's totals.
and the totals.
Which include subtracting out the quarterback rushing yards so that you just see the
Good.
non-quarterback rushing yards.
Excellent, because that is going to be a key piece to the puzzle of 2024.
Iowa State last year was 100th in the country in rushing. Nebraska, by the way, was 60th. But Nebraska, of their 2,100 yards, 846 came from quarterbacks,
Shiminy.
which left them with 1,276 rushing yards from non-quarterbacks, running back.
Their
yards.
number will be a lot closer this year to Iowa State's of 99. A lot closer.
Exactly, which is why this was a good example, because Iowa State had just 99 rushing yards by its quarterback position.
Yeah.
And Nebraska was certainly a lot closer to that. I don't know if they're going to be that low, but they'll be definitely closer to that number than they will to the 846, right?
Mhm.
So how did Iowa State make up the difference? Well, they threw for 3,185 yards. Now, keep in mind, Iowa State did play one extra game than Nebraska did last year.
So they played 13.
Because
played
they're not
13
weenies.
games.
So wow, Nick. That
Well, they made a bowl
3185
game.
is 245 a game, just in
Yep.
terms of math.
So that, and Nebraska, by the way, only had 1,600 yards in passing. They were third from the bottom of the country in passing yards
Icky.
a season ago.
Icky.
And then if you look at the number of plays that were run and the run percentage, Iowa State was one play shy of a true 50-50 split, run versus pass.
Amazing.
382 rushing plays, 381 passing plays. But Nebraska last year was nearly 65% run.
Okay.
Nearly 65% run.
Good Lord. And that is not called run plays. That is raw run plays, right?
Yes.
So scrambles are going to be run plays in this. Okay.
And yeah, and the sacks, because
Yeah,
in college football,
All good,
the
all good.
sacks are on there. But that's where it ends up. So if you're looking for a kind of a guideline of what it takes, if Nebraska gets, and Iowa State basically had 1,500 rushing yards from its non-quarterbacks last year. If they do what Iowa State did, that means Dylan's going to be asked for over 3,000 yards of passing, which, as Arbitrary Analytics points out, fifth best season, in the range of the fifth best season for a true freshman five-star quarterback, is just getting to 2,000 yards. So you're talking about Dylan having to be like at the very top
And this is real. This is all quarterbacks in the sport of college football that we're talking about.
That were true freshmen 5-stars since 2011.
And yeah, so think about some of the names in there. The first one that is going to come to my mind is Trevor Lawrence, because he was, I don't know statistically, but that guy was the best. They won a national championship. He was the first since the 80s. Oklahoma won in 85. He was the first one since then.
He got extended by the Jaguars.
Of course. We had some of these numbers earlier this offseason. They are not as good as you would expect. 5-star quarterbacks, true freshmen, are not as good as you would expect.
Trevor Lawrence is a true freshman.
Yeah, what were his numbers?
Keep in mind, this is over 15 games.
Yeah.
Threw for 3,280 yards.
Well, that's not as many as you'd expect.
But listen to this.
Yeah.
I'd forgotten about this. 30 touchdowns versus 4 interceptions.
Incredible job at making sure they do not give the ball to the other team. Incredible job.
But think about that for just a minute, because 3,200 yards over 15 games, it's only 219 yards per game, right?
Yeah.
If Nebraska's only going to get 1,500 yards rushing from its running backs, you're going to be asking Dillon to be more prolific
than Trevor Lawrence
from yards.
Yes.
I'm not saying touchdowns,
not
interception, but at least from yards, as Trevor Lawrence was in 2018.
Yeah. And what is going to be more difficult for Nebraska compared to Clemson is that the talent around him is not what it was around Trevor Lawrence. Like, that is another big part of this entire equation. Jed writes in, I think the path to 5,000 yards is whether or not we get to 2,000 rushing yards. Only 22% of teams that had 5,000 plus yards in the last 3 years. So he's got data going back to 2021. Had less than 2,000 yards rushing. Only 22% of teams. So you're talking about 1 in 5, essentially. 1 in 5 teams who had 5,000 or more yards, who were average offenses, had less than 2,000 yards. So is Nebraska, like, you almost want to present options. Are they more likely to be among that 22% category where they're able to find those yards through the air? Are they able to get to 2,000 yards? Or is the answer actually neither? And they will still be well below, or at the very least below average, because they can't get to 2,000 or even 1,500 yards rushing, and thus they will not get anywhere near 5,000 yards.
It's putting a lot of pressure either on a running back room that we don't know a lot about, or we know about some of the guys, and they haven't been terribly productive, and a few others who were brand new, or asking Dillon to be in the ballpark of Trevor Lawrence.
Josh writes in, any idea how many of those quarterbacks went through a spring season? How many played a full season? Didn't Lawrence not start the season? Yeah, Lawrence was the backup to Kelly Bryant at the start of 2018.
Correct.
We had the numbers. It was from one of our listeners, Riley. I could dig through the email. Not a whole lot of them started the entire season. I think a lot of them did, though. I think a lot of them did go through spring.
Yeah.
Just because that's kind of what happens now, especially with 5 stars. We'll see if I can pull that up. That was a winter topic when we
yes, it was.
All that Google data. Interesting.
So more food for thought.
Yes, it certainly is.
As we get closer to the season. Coming up next, Kent Wolgamott is in the green room.
Nice.
It's not even that green.
Wow. He needs to paint the wall behind
when
him.
This movie series.
Kent, paint your wall for us.
When this movie series started, Nebraska used to get a running back that could threaten 2,000 yards.
Oh, those were
just a running back.
Those were the good old days.
What is he? The Vikings player that I can't remember the name of?
Adrian Peterson?
Yes. Thank you.
No, his name was Mike Rozier.
By the way, how about this from Troy? Evil Kent, 35 days from today, he returns. Wow.
Yeah,
I could see 52-38, something like that. Probably Nebraska.
We've not heard from Evil Kent recently.
No.
Maybe we can have Evil Kent pick the score of the Team USA basketball game.
Oh, that would be great.
Kent Wolgamott's Movie Club is next on 1620 The Zone.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edification, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Oh, Hellcat's Movie Club. It's Hellcat's Movie Club. Hellcat's Movie Club. It's Hellcat's Movie Club.
With Kent Wogelman of the Lincoln Journal-Star. Happy Friday, Kent.
Hello.
Hello. How are you this week? How was your week?
I'm doing fine now that I am securely locked in the basement for the next 3 days. I'm very happy that the two Pinewood Bowl shows that I had this week were Tuesday and Wednesday.
Yeah, it wasn't quite as
sitting outside tonight.
Yeah, quite as heinous. Who was performing Tuesday and Wednesday?
Vampire Weekend on Tuesday and Jason Mraz Wednesday.
Okay.
I really wanted to go see Vampire Weekend.
Why didn't you go?
Because I couldn't get tickets.
Because it wasn't on the weekend.
Ken, you should have let me come with you. I could have done something.
Come with me.
Nick, you're a media member. Just get like a pass or something. Right? Isn't that how it works, Kent? Couldn't Nick just be like, I work at the Keg?
Or he could have just said, I want to go, and I just said, meet me here, and he could have gone in on plus
Nick, you
one.
take advantage of these special privileges more often.
I need to start doing it.
Yes, I do it all the time.
I feel bad doing it, though. I
Oh,
don't want to take advantage of people. I like people.
Of all the people in this area,
I like people.
Of all the people in this area, Kent Wogelman is a human ticket. Just his presence gets him into events because everybody knows
Everyone knows
He
Kent.
covers everything.
I see Kent as more than a ticket.
Oh, my
Well,
goodness
no.
gracious. Good Lord.
Yeah, of course, Josh would be the most offended as the generation that just begs for everything.
I ask our director of fun. Is she still called the director of fun, or is she just the promotions director? I ask her for tickets all the time.
Yeah,
hey, you
if
know,
we've got them, we
if
got
we
them.
got him, exactly. You know.
Well, this week, our movie club selection is Beverly Hills Cop Axel F. This is the fourth in the series, the first one to come out exclusively on streaming. This was a Netflix special, and it basically brings back all the characters from the movie series, which started 40 years ago.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
It's been a while that the 80s are that long ago now.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
Beverly Hills Cop 2 was the first R-rated movie I saw in a theater.
Oh, that's a fun topic.
That was the first one I saw in a theater.
Oh, man, I don't know what mine is. Inside Man, maybe, with Denzel Washington for some
And
reason?
the crazy thing is, when I saw 2, I had not seen 1 yet.
Really?
I don't know why. I don't remember.
Because you
if it-
wanted to see a rated R movie.
No. I just don't know why I never saw the first one.
Flight was rated R.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Mine was either Flight or Project X.
Kent, do you remember your first rated R movie?
Unfair, not unfair, but equivalent question.
Right.
When I was of the age of going to quote R-rated, what my first R-rated movie was, the rating system wasn't exactly the same.
Correct.
So the R of today and the R of the 70s
A little different.
would be a little different. But I think the first one that I recall that probably would be the kind of is Straw Dogs. Are you familiar?
No, I've never heard of that
No,
movie.
I hadn't either.
It's a Sam Peckinpah, and it's a bloody thriller.
Okay. Well, this one, I mean, quite frankly, it follows the path, a very familiar path of Beverly Hills Cop movies of the past. In a lot of ways, I mean, Eddie Murphy is back. He's Axel F. He's still in Detroit. He's still the wisecracking, break the rules type cop.
Oh, yeah.
But this time we incorporate a new character, and that is his estranged daughter, who happens to play an attorney who works in Beverly Hills and represents criminals. So she likes to represent people who are being accused of crimes, kind of as a rebellious counter to her dad, who is always the one trying to get the criminals. She's trying to represent them and get them, get them their justice in court. And so she's involved in it. But yes, Judge Reinhold is back. A very, 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 very old-looking John Ashton is back as Sergeant Taggart, now Chief Taggart.
Yeah.
And we're kind of off to the races. And I guess as I was watching this, Kent, the thing that came back to me was when the Star Wars sequels came out. So the last batch.
A few years ago, yeah.
And The Force Awakens, there were a lot of people who said basically they just replicated the original Star Wars, A New Hope.
Yeah.
And they applied it to this. And to me, that's kind of what this movie did. This movie literally went back and kind of stole from the very first one. And
leaned into the nostalgia.
I mean, when, Glenn Fry, Heat Is On is playing right away.
Mm-hmm.
When,
they play all the old hits.
All the hits. Basically, they just replicated the soundtrack from the first movie. That was the first thing I thought of was, man, they're just wanting to go back and play all the hits.
Which is usually a horrible idea to recast the same thing. But remember, not only has it been 40 years since the first one, it's been 30 years since the third one.
Yep.
Wow.
So you're talking about bringing back a 30-year-old, quote, sequel, right? Well,
which Eddie Murphy, by the way, just did a couple of years ago with Coming to America 2.
Which I did not like.
Yeah, we didn't like that one.
No.
This is better than it has any right to be, frankly.
Yep.
And I'm not entirely sure why, because as you say, it really is kind of there's nothing in there at all that's remotely surprising. Let's put it that way, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the plot, the characters, but it still works, which is a tribute to, I guess, a lot of things, including the fact, and this is what I wonder. I wondered if people who haven't seen the first one, at least, so the next two were terrible.
And I never saw 2 or 3.
Beverly Hills Cop movie is terrible.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if people who haven't seen the first one will enjoy this, right?
Yeah.
Because of so much of the reference to the past. But it is entertaining, and it is Eddie Murphy is very good, I thought. I thought he was very good. My only question is Eddie Murphy's 63, and they've already green lighted another one.
Yeah. So
how much longer can he go on? He's running into the Liam Neeson, these action guys. When you get to be like 65, it's hard to believe you as an action hero.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah, Ken, I love the way that you described it, because that was basically what I thought too. It was better than it had any right of being. And because when I was thinking about it as I finished it, the thing that came to my mind was is this the best of one of these types of movie? And by that, I mean a sequel that we definitely didn't need, but we got anyway. And it's definitely a little different than Star Wars in that regard, because that's I don't know, a story that people want to see continued, where this feels just let's do one. Coming to America is definitely a great example of that. And I was pleasantly surprised. I think it's very forgettable. In a week, I probably really won't remember a whole lot about the plot and really what the purpose of it was. But I think the vibe and the hangout nature of it, I thought that Eddie Murphy, that character, he was good. It was like a comfy pair of shoes. I feel like that he just slid right back into it, that character.
Well, Nick, you haven't seen the first one.
Right? I have a very visceral memory. One of my earliest memories, because my dad used to love this movie. The only thing I remember from the first movie is when he stuck the potato or banana in the tailpipe.
It was a banana.
Banana.
I remember that, and I
think
think
my favorite time.
That
banana
is
in the tailpipe.
one of
banana in the tailpipe.
I've never seen the full first movie in its entirety, but I remember that scene so vividly, and it's so funny. That scene to me is so funny.
So, but you can kind of come at this a little bit more from the perspective of what Kent just said a moment ago, and that is, how would this resonate with someone who hasn't seen the first one? And technically, you really haven't seen the whole thing.
it didn't land for me. None of it really landed for me. And it wasn't because of how it was produced or whatever. I really liked a lot of the fun camera work they did where they found a way to modernize a lot of 80s camera tricks and shots. But it would have meant more to me if this movie felt like a love letter, but I wasn't the recipient of that love letter. It would have made more sense to me. It would have landed better for me if I would have watched or cared about any of the previous movies. I could tell what was supposed to be a callback, and there was a lot of them, but none of them I didn't care about.
Because you just didn't have the original reference.
Yeah, I just didn't have the original reference, which this movie isn't made for people like me. This isn't a movie you're supposed to jump into. It's a movie for people like
who get
John,
the references.
people who get the references. So it was fine. There were some funny parts. I really liked the helicopter scene. That was hilarious. And that's really the only thing that kind of stuck with me.
I think, Kent, to your point a minute ago of, you and I think you and Josh have both said it's a movie. It's better and had a right to be.
Yeah.
And maybe not being able to put your finger on the why. I do think one of the things that helped here was the introduction of the daughter. And now Axel, Eddie Murphy's character, has another. I mean, she's not a smart ass, but you can tell she's got some of him in her, and he's got a wisecracking foil, right? She's not a wisecracker in the same way that he is, but she sees right through, the wisecracks and can cut right to the chase. And so that dynamic, I think, did help this not feel 100% like the original. That, Eddie had a true foil that wasn't just the main bad guy that he's trying to bust, but someone he's trying to work with in order to bust
win
the bad guy.
win over.
And win over.
Did you guys also get the vibe that this movie felt kind of like a setup? And Kent kind of answer this because there's already going to be a sequel. But this kind of felt like a setup to kind of pass the torch to Joseph Gordon-Levitt's character.
You thought so?
It's what it kind of felt like to me. It felt like a soft setup. So if it did well, then maybe like that's an option.
Interesting. I thought it more from the daughter's perspective, like passing the torch to her more
maybe
than him.
They both work together.
Yeah.
Following movies.
So I think that's obviously it was set up to do. There's at least one more. Eddie comes back for one more, and then you see, right?
Yeah.
That would be the way I would look at it. I think what this did as well is they wrote a good enough story, right? I mean, it's not a great story, but it's a good enough story to believably bring these people back 30 years later.
Yeah.
Because if they didn't have a good story, then it would really be not work, right? But this was a believable enough story that he could have added to this estranged daughter, and Taggart could be the police chief by then, and Judge Reinhold's his quit being a cop and is a private investigator, and for reasons that get worked into the plot. All of that made sense as a way to bring them back. And a lot of times sequels don't have that kind of a story that makes it make sense as why it came back the way it did. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And Ken, one of the
sure.
movies that I'm thinking of throughout this conversation is a movie where the original in the series comes a little bit earlier than Beverly Hills Cop 1, and that's Rocky. And so when Rocky came back recently, it wasn't called Rocky anymore. It was called Creed. But that is different than this one in that, the main character, Axel, he is still the driving force of this. And while Rocky is obviously in Creed, he plays a very big part in that movie, he is not the driving force anymore. And so certainly a difference in how those series kind of resumed and maybe what they want to be moving forward.
And I guess I would suggest this. I mean, they would have to, in this next one, assuming that the two younger characters, Joseph Gordon-Levitt and Taylor Page plays the daughter. They would really have to carry the next one or really do something in the next one for me to think that this could be a vehicle similar to Creed, where you now pass the torch and they become the driving force. because the magic of these films is Eddie Murphy.
Yes.
I mean, this movie, the original Beverly Hills Cop and 48 Hours, which we also did for Movie Club, those were the movies that
made him a superstar.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And 48 Hours was right before Beverly Hills Cop, correct?
Yep. Yeah.
I mean, they were back to back. But I mean, this is an Eddie Murphy vehicle. And Eddie Murphy, and I guess that's the one thing I like about this, because for the longest time, Eddie Murphy did the Nutty Professor and kind of a lot of stuff that got away from what made him a star.
Yeah, and that was when I was growing up, and I was like, he's fine. But
and it was nice to see.
I knew him as
It was nice to see Eddie Murphy be the Eddie Murphy I remember, right?
Yeah.
Because I remember when he was on SNL, and he carried that show in the second generation after the first cast left. I mean, he carried that show. He was a huge star. And then, I mean, shot to movies right away. And, for a while there,
Throwing
he was
the stand-ups.
Yeah, he was, even though, as Kent mentioned, the second Beverly Hills Cop wasn't good, it was still a huge hit because it was Eddie Murphy.
Yeah.
He was and I think we mentioned the other day, he had a number one album. He had a hit record.
Yeah.
Potty all the time, as I like to call it with Wrigley. So yeah, it would be hard for me to think that this series could carry on like Creed did for Rocky Balboa, because I mean,
those characters were fine.
Eddie Murphy is the driving force.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now remember, this is now a Netflix production,
Mhm.
so there are aspects that you're going to take in with the streaming versus we got to worry about a box office.
Yeah.
So you might take a shot without Eddie Murphy because it's on streaming, right? If it stiffs, it stiffs. Netflix doesn't get as many views because this thing got a ton of views, right? And that's all they care about. They don't care about exact number. They don't care about a quote profit like if it was in the theaters, because obviously they didn't put it in theaters. So they're not going to get any of their money back. So I think that'd be possible. I think the issue is going to be, how long is it between this and the next one? Because if you get Eddie up into 67, 68, he's not going to be doing another one.
No.
Well,
Yeah, and can they spend this kind of money on a movie again? Like, I don't know.
This is a $150 million budget.
This is not cheap, and I don't know the exact Netflix of it all, like when they decided to get involved, but that is not cheap. And so to put that type of money behind a movie, once again, what does Netflix want? They want subscriptions. Does having another Beverly Hills Cop movie drive subscriptions? I would have to guess no. I'm not running to Netflix
subscriptions.
Or to hold them. Yeah, sure.
That's more I think for the streamers now, it's hold.
Yeah.
Right? They want to keep what they got. And yeah, they want to grow, but I think their real issue is because there are a lot of them that are not doing well, right? Streaming services. So you want to keep what you already have. This is the kind of thing that this generation, it might keep them a little bit, right? I mean, that's kind of the logic behind it. And the answer to your question is, on the budget, I can sit here and tell you how you can save $70 million off of that budget. Don't wreck as many cars.
They did wreck a ton of cars.
Yes, they did.
The first scene, basically, when they leave the arena.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Crash.
It's just a new take. If you watch the original, Eddie Murphy's in the back of a stolen semi truck, and it's bashing through every car in downtown Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
Or even that car chase scene in LA. That was cool.
A lot of
like
cars.
that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they definitely wrecked a lot of cars and spent a lot of money on that. And keep in mind, some of these, like Netflix is getting more and more into the live business. They did the Tom Brady roast, and starting here in a few months, they're going to be the home of Monday Night Raw.
Yeah, and then the NFL obviously on Christmas Day.
And then the NFL on Christmas Day. So, yeah, you wonder, as they start to spend a little more money for live rights or different kinds of rights, if the money's going to be there budget-wise to keep churning out films of this ilk that certainly have a huge budget. It's a drop in the bucket compared to what they're spending now on these Marvel movies. but it's still a huge
It's a lot of
budget.
money, yeah.
Mhm.
It's a lot of money, but remember two things about Netflix in particular. It's an international streamer.
Yeah.
It's not just the US. So having Monday Night Raw isn't going to help them much outside of the country, right? Nobody, right? NFL, we'll see. I don't think NFL is as big an international draw as the NFL thinks it is. So,
Yep, agreed.
So you've got to have things that are not just so American, so to speak. And this is one of those. Comedy translates more universal than anything.
Yes.
By the way, 277.65 million subscribers worldwide for Netflix, which we were talking about Max yesterday. They're below 100, and Amazon, I think, was close to 200 million. So they're even almost 100 million more than Amazon.
So let's just say that's 300 million because I can do that math.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
And you're getting $15 a month out of them.
Whew. We all got into the wrong business. We should be CEOs of Netflix.
We should be.
Us four together.
Yes. For 1 month.
For 1 month. That's
For
all.
1 month.
I'll take 1 month's
I'll take 1
salary.
month.
Then I'm good to
Well,
go.
but yeah, we'd be fired after the month because Nick would be in charge of the movies.
Oh,
and he always picks
no.
the bad ones, and so no one would watch.
I have a good track record.
Well, we'll find out.
Well, yes, it is Nick's turn.
By the way, their CEO makes $49.8 million. Yeah, 1 month, Kent. We'll be sitting pretty with that salary.
Yeah, we could take that salary, split it 4 ways on a month.
Good to go.
Still be doing.
Good to go.
We would be retired at that point.
Buy a house, baby.
I can make that last.
All right.
Absolutely. All right, so that is Beverly Hills Cop Axel F. It is on Netflix if you want to check it out. And by the way, the others, I went
Are
back.
they all there?
Yeah, I went back and watched the original over the weekend because I was bored,
Mhm.
and it still holds up. So
Very funny movie.
Nice.
yeah, it's good. So, all right, Nick, what's next week?
It's a movie I've been wanting to do for Movie Club for a while, but it just wasn't streaming anywhere. Then I finally found out that it was last night. We're going back to 1997.
Oh.
The Fifth Element on Peacock.
Oh, man, I haven't seen that movie in forever.
That one's pretty crazy.
Yeah?
It's a weird movie, if I remember right.
I remember
Kind of crazy sci-fi kind of thing.
Yeah, Bruce Willis.
Yep.
All right.
And isn't Mila Djokovic or one of those models are in it?
John, have you seen this movie?
The Fifth Element.
This is another movie I remember vividly from my childhood that my dad would watch sometimes, and I just remember clips and bits and pieces, but I've never watched it.
I can't say yes and I can't say no. I may have.
Okay.
It's
I'm
one
not
that I'll watch if I happen to be in the wrong place at the right time and don't have, and it's what's on. I'll watch that. It's a decent movie.
All right.
And where was it streaming?
Peacock.
Peacock.
So, John, when you switch from the Olympics, which I know you'll be watching a lot of.
You mean the SummerSlam?
No, the Olympics.
The
You can be like,
SummerSlam.
oh, same app. I can watch the Olympics and I can watch the Fifth Element.
Yeah, no,
that's perfect.
And Mila Jovovich and also Gary Oldman are in it.
Nice.
It's a decent movie.
I think I was a senior in high school when I watched this movie last. So it's been close to 2 decades now.
And we'll be closing in on number 200.
Which
Next
isn't
week,
mine.
Josh is 199.
Oh, and you already have 200, don't you?
I have picked 200.
What is it? Do you want to tell us what it is? You're going to wait. Will you be here? I don't believe you will be here for number 200.
Yeah, I will.
Oh,
I'm
you
gone
will?
for 199.
You're gone for mine. Okay, never mind.
gone for
Oh,
199.
I'm going to be gone for 200. Bummer.
Sad.
Yeah. Wedding anniversary.
It happens.
It doesn't.
It's what you get for getting married.
Yep.
Loser.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know what's
Skip that anniversary stuff.
What was that, Kent?
So you can skip that anniversary stuff.
Sorry, dear. I'm hopping into the movie club. Going into the
Trust me, as a voice of experience, I've forgotten it many times.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
John probably has too.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
What's your date again?
Mine's hard to forget, though, because it's May 1st.
That's pretty easy.
May the first be with you.
Nice. Kent, what's your anniversary date?
It is. Well, it depends on which day you want to pick. Let's just say it is September 19th or 20th, depending on.
Would you get married on the international dateline?
Nice.
No. One day was sort of private. The other day was sort of public.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
That's cool.
When it was Facebook official.
Nice. Yeah.
Facebook official. Exactly. All right, Kent. Well, I'm glad you're not having to swelter out in the heat this weekend and stay cool.
I'll be watching the Olympics.
Like a fine American. That is awesome, Kent.
I'll be watching baseball.
Are they ever going to light this brazier?
Seriously, this opening ceremonies is taking forever.
Has gone on forever. And, you know,
Yeah.
I used to work on the opening ceremonies for the state games while, you know, they don't have them any longer, but I did for years. And I sent a guy a text. Maybe we should bring it back next year and then send all the athletes on boats down Salt Creek.
That would be funny.
A lot of people are making jokes about because LA has it in 4 years, like doing it on the 405. Looks like they're finally about to light
the torch yet.
It looks like they're just about to finally.
Someone is running with.
I don't know
the
who that
torch.
is. Who is that?
It's
They haven't said.
Someone French.
I would hope so.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right, Kent. Have a great weekend.
You do the same.
Bye, Kent.
Bye, Kent.
There he is, Kent Wolgamott of the Lincoln Journal-Star.
Nice.
When we come back, the Chiefs are being very disrespected.
Oh, man.
And Mac Brown, there's a name we haven't called out in a while.
Mac Brown.
He feels very disrespected. And he's lashing out.
All right.
And we've got 25 teams.
Oh, my gosh.
Featuring Colorado.
We have so many things.
And stuff.
On 1620 The Zone. Oh, welcome back. The if there ever was we get so many of these examples, it is ridiculous. But today, of course, is the day that the unsettlement has been officially
Unsettled.
They have officially submitted it to the judge for her review. So,
okay,
we're getting closer and closer to actual revenue sharing in college sports. And of course, everyone's like, "Oh, how are we going to find this money? Where
will they find the money in the couch cushions?
I don't believe this."
Yeah.
And then I
Don't
see
tell
stories
Vance.
like
Money's
this,
at the bottom of that pile.
and I am reminded that at the very upper levels of college football, there is money to burn.
Yes.
Like if they wanted to, instead of using an Olympic torch,
they could burn money.
They could burn money.
Like
college football could do it.
Like in the Dark Knight.
So
Wow,
a few weeks
Nick,
ago,
boring you over there?
when they
I like Marvel.
when Texas and Oklahoma joined the SEC, they had the big opening day. We're in the SEC party.
Oh, they had a huge party. How much did that cost?
Texas spent $2.3 million.
Did Nebraska do anything like that on their opening day? I
No.
don't recall.
No.
They saved $2.3 million.
No.
Good God.
The only thing we did was watch the Nebraska-Missouri game from 2010 on repeat on the Big Ten Network. That was about the extent of it. Yeah, they spent $2.3 million on their on-campus party, including a performance fee for Pitbull. $889,000 was paid directly by the athletic department, plus another $339,000 for advertising. The other $1.07 million was paid via Learfield, the school's multimedia rights partner.
Unreal, man.
So they spent over $2 million just to basically just say, hey, by the way, we're in the SEC, which we already knew, by the way.
Yeah. And like what?
Money to burn.
What do you gain? What do you gain from that? Like what's the point of it?
To show off.
It's funny. It's funny we're saying that on today because the ceremonies are happening. And obviously this is not like a cheap endeavor. But the pomp and circumstance that comes with the opening ceremonies, I don't want to say it's like you should do it, but you should, right? Like it's the Olympics. This is a once every 4-year event for the Summer Games. And your country, I don't know the last time France had it. When it's in America in 4 years, it'll be the first time since 1996. This is just a move to a conference, People talk about opening ceremonies long after they've happened. People don't talk. Again, I'd ask the question, did Nebraska have a party? I don't recall. And sure enough, they did not have a party.
No.
So, yeah, money to burn, like you said. And yet they're going to clutch their pearls about, oh my gosh, what about this? What about this? We can't afford this. But they'll burn $2 million. That's 10%, John, of the supposed, $20 million cost of paying athletes.
Yeah, well, that's why a lot of these cries from these types of schools fall on deaf ears.
100%. Yeah. 100%. I don't believe them. They're lying to you.
In the same time they're talking about having to do revenue sharing, they're loosening all the restrictions on how many coaches you can have. What sense does that make?
Yeah, exactly. They always want to blame it on the athletes. Always. They always want to blame it on the athletes.
Well, this is something we can blame on the athletes. It happened in Las Vegas Raiders camp.
Oh.
And I want to throw out a disclaimer that we are only sharing this for its newsworthiness.
Oh, that's good.
We are not sharing this in any way, shape, or form because 2/3 of this program do not disrespect the Chiefs. Sadly, 1/3 of this program earlier this week disrespected the Chiefs. But on behalf of Nick and myself, this program does not disrespect the Chiefs.
So do I stand with the Raiders?
Well, we're going to find out because spotted at Raiders camp was a Kermit the Frog doll dressed as Patrick Mahomes. Yes, complete with a mock Chiefs jersey and mock Patrick Mahomes hairdo. And the players were carrying it around and making fun of it.
Sounded like Miss Piggy.
I apologize. What were they doing? Why? What's the purpose of this? That's weird.
Motivation, Josh.
Yeah, when I think of a football team getting motivated, I think of puppets.
Honestly, I mean, I don't know
Muppet.
why the Raiders were doing it either, other than maybe it was just something to have fun.
It was
Did
a goof.
Did
a
I see
gaffe.
that they stomped on it as well?
Yeah.
Who, remember? Hey, you remember this? I would
Yeah.
assume the Tennessee Titans famously played a game against the Pittsburgh Steelers. What year would that have been? Like 08-ish, and they stomped on the terrible towel. Do you remember this at all? And then they lost to them in the playoffs.
Though I'm not surprised.
I believe they lost to them in the playoffs. But a lot of Steelers fans are like, "That's why you don't stomp on the terrible towel." They're stomping on a puppet version of a quarterback. Weirdos. This is weird.
It is.
That's some prime disrespect.
It is.
I don't feel bad about picking them to lose in the wild card round, though. I'm going to stand behind that take, even with this.
Again, 2/3 of this program does not disrespect the Chiefs. That's a reminder that starting next week.
Oh,
that's right. Those of you out there who have been whining, I want football back, but also whine to us, I can't stand Mitch Holthus. This is what you deserve. Mitch Holthus, daily Chiefs training camp reports start Monday here on the Grum. Football season's back,
folks. Wow. How nice is that? Did you just admit the football season's back?
I was
Nick,
saying
cut that out.
I was saying
cut that drop
mockingly.
out.
I was saying that mockingly.
We can save that. I have an idea for the Fired Up for Football Open this year that I need to.
Is that what's her name?
Celine Dion?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is indeed.
Is she with child?
You're not allowed to ask that of a woman.
Well,
there's no way, John. She's
she
like
can't hear me.
100.
She can't hear me.
She is so old.
It looked like she was with child.
What?
You have to look at it from the side.
Okay. What a weird question.
Did I ever tell you the
2/3
story?
of this program did not ask if Celine Dion is with child.
Listen, I am the only person in this room who jumped up on a conference table celebrating the fact that I didn't have to go to the concert.
Oh, I thought you were going to say when you found out your wife was pregnant.
So she was going to perform in Omaha.
Uh-huh.
And she had something to do, her voice went out or something to do with her voice.
COVID.
And we got wind of the information right as our morning show was ending, and we had a staff meeting right after that, and we're sitting in there and we learned that, and I was dreading going to this concert. Dreading it.
That is wild.
And we got the news that, she had to cancel her dates, and I jumped up onto the conference table and started dancing.
My mom texts in. She says, John, wow, calling a woman fat.
Well, then
John, she is old.
No, here's the deal. She looks thin, like she always has. There's something about that dress that makes it look like she is with child.
Or, in the words of my mom, you called her fat.
I did not call her fat.
Wow. She's had health problems lately.
I know she has. That's why I was mildly surprised.
She has stiff person syndrome.
That's why I was mildly surprised, because I knew she, A, was getting up there.
Probably
and B,
causes her to stand that way.
No, I think it's the dress.
Yeah, it's definitely the dress.
She can't hear me anyway.
Yeah, but other people can, John.
Well, then she can send her 97-year-old husband after me.
Max, 1/3 of the Grum did not say she's like 100, though. I do apologize.
That's true. Yeah. Who's the jerk now?
All of us. Nick, you're the jerk too.
Yep.
Hey.
You're the jerk by proxy.
Yeah.
Damn it.
You know why Nick's the jerk? Because he wanted us to talk about the Colorado Buffaloes on a Friday.
Which we're going to do. Well, you know what? I'll save what Mac had to say for the happy.
Greg McDermott?
No, Mac Brown.
Oh.
Mac Brown.
I also jumped to
The
Greg
financier?
McDermott.
What?
Thank you, Nick. Thank you. I'm happy one person
It's a
laughed.
great meme.
Thank you, Nick.
All right. 25 teams and 25 Grums. Yeah, folks. Your favorite, Colorado.
Oh, baby.
Next on 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grimm for Circus Sports Iowa. As the Olympic brazier has finally been lit, that means the Olympics have officially kicked off in France. Circus Sports Iowa can be your home for all things Olympics. Right now, they have lines for men's and women's basketball, rugby, wrestling, and a whole lot more. And if you want to keep being patriotic but at home, baseball. People forget that baseball is also happening this weekend. Tight money line splits have the Twins minus 180 over the Tigers, Padres plus 170 against the Orioles, and even more for you to involve yourself in. They also have in-game lines so you can feel like you're just in the thick of all the action. And when you do win a lot, Circus Sports Iowa won't punish you by limiting your account. Some of the other guys really like to do that. They just like to get mad at you for doing well. Circus Sports Iowa is not about that. And if you are like Josh and a lot of other people and you're just too excited for football season, they have you covered there. They have lines for week 1 of the NFL and college football and a couple contests happening in Circa Million 6 and Circa Survivor. $16 million in guaranteed prizes between those. No rake. Details for those at circusports.com. So what are you waiting for? Get the app that has all the hospitality of Las Vegas in the palm of your hand anywhere in the state of Iowa. Lets you bet like a pro also anywhere in the state of Iowa. Download Circus Sports Iowa today. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
countdown is on.
Sanders, here's a little screen, and they find Edwards. He breaks it back with running room on the ball. Edwards down the sideline. Dylan Edwards, touchdown, Colorado. 75 yards. Here's Sanders looking. Sanders winding up. He's got him in. Touchdown. Tarvaris Dawson. Picked off. Real estate ahead. Shiloh. Sanders showing him his shoe bottoms. Stunting like his daddy. Touchdown. Sims throws on the move and intercepted. Wow.
It's time for 25 teams in 25 grubs.
I am not one to criticize our producer because he makes these fine opens. He gets the fight song. I really, 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 really wish he would have gotten the radio calls instead of the TV calls of all those highlights.
Yeah, because then we wouldn't have had to listen to Gus.
Bingo.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
I would have rather listened to a different Johnson, Mark Johnson.
Nice. Well played.
The voice of the Buffaloes, who joins us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Mark, how's your Friday?
Well, fantastic. And by the way, Mark and Gus are not related. We do not. We know each other, but we're not related.
Exactly. Well, it's another season. Year number 2 under Coach Prime. I want to start big picture first, Mark, before we dive into the 24 buffs.
Yeah.
What, in your opinion, because you're on the ground, you're there, you see things close up, and then, of course, you hear what's being said outside the program from 30,000 feet. What is the biggest misconception about the Buffaloes under Coach Prime?
Well, there is so much attention grabbing. There's a Kardashian aspect to Deion's existence because everything is magnified with him, and it's all very public. I think what people don't understand is that dynamic personality that everyone sees, that is over the top sometimes. It's the prime time. It's the neon Deion that we've all been accustomed to for the last 40 years. That there's also a very real, serious side to him that a lot of people don't get a chance to see. And so I think sometimes the attention, the hyperbole, the over the top, bravado at different times, that's what they believe he is all the time. And that's a great part of kind of the showman that Deion Sanders is. Behind the scenes, there's a very real, let's get down to business and let's have attention to detail that people don't see. And I think people miss that sometimes.
Mark, I want to start on the field, not with the quarterback, but with Travis Hunter. Last year, almost 112 snaps per game. It was I saw a stat today from Bill Connolly of ESPN. It wasn't just the most in college football. It was the most by almost 30 snaps per game. Do you think that we see him leaned on as much as he was throughout last year? And obviously he didn't make it through last year because of injuries. What do you think we're going to see with him on offense, defense, and special teams in 2024?
I would be shocked if it changed a whole lot. I mean, that he's the one, and I've talked with him about that many times. He's the one that really desires that. He seems to kind of thrive on that kind of thing. It's kind of shocking to me because I wonder about how taxing that is and how much that wears and tears on him. Now, that's certainly not going to continue in the NFL when he gets there next season. But it's something that they do not appear at this point. When I talk with them, nobody seems to be of the opinion that they're going to kind of backpedal on that and pull back the reins on some of that. I think he's going to continue with being a prominent player and have a prominent role on both sides of the football.
Talking with Mark Johnson, the voice of the Buffaloes. Colorado is our team today in 25 teams in 25 days. Is the biggest question around Shedeur not so much his ability, but his line's ability to keep him off his back?
Yeah, without question. I don't think there are many questions about Shedeur Sanders. I think he's a top 10 NFL draft pick. I do think he's that good at quarterback. Last year, for your listeners that don't know, he was the most sacked quarterback in college football. He was on pace at one point and then got dinged up and didn't play that Utah game, probably, which was good for his health. He was on pace to become the most sacked quarterback in a single season in college football history. That offensive line did not perform very well. I think there you can look at various aspects of that. I don't know that the offensive line protected very well. I think he learned some things about getting rid of the football, and maybe they didn't rely upon a running game to take some of those throwing snaps away from him where he was put in precarious positions. And so I think there's some things they can learn. Most importantly, though, they went out, as Deion tends to do with the way he approaches college football, bringing in essentially a new offensive line. And so you hope that this unit is better this year than it was a year ago for Shedeur Sanders, because I'm not sure Shedeur or anybody else could endure for 2 seasons in a row what he did last year. That's just insanity to put a quarterback through that kind of punishment.
Mark, let's talk a little bit more about that offensive line, because to your point, they're bringing in a 2-year starter at UTEP. They're bringing in a guy from Indiana. They're bringing in a senior from Houston, a 2-year starter, another player from Jacksonville State, and the top-ranked incoming recruit at tackle. So, I mean, it is a complete overhaul. Is the concern, I mean, obviously there's some guys here that have some starting experience, but is the concern getting this group to gel properly, especially given, the early season slate?
Well, I think that's an honest question, and it's something that certainly when camp gets underway here in a few days, I'm certainly going to be keeping tabs on. I mean, the individuals that you just ran down and in giving partial resumes are impressive. They've played a lot of football. You hope that they can come in and be a cohesive unit and be a gelled unit and be leaning upon one another and in sync with one another once the season begins. But we don't know until we see that, right? And so that's the hope. But I think that's a legitimate, honest question you could ask about Colorado. What in terms of what Deion does during the offseason, where he's brought in so many transfer guys, we don't know what we don't know about them. And so, I was talking with my partner, Gary Barnett, the other day, and he said, I get asked all the time, well, how the Buffs going to be? He said, how the heck should we know? We haven't seen most of the players on this team. So I'm really looking forward to those first couple of weeks to really see these units out there and the guys firsthand and what they're capable of and what they're doing. And then we'll learn a lot more. Right now, I'm a little bit like everybody else. I know who the names are. I know where they've come from. I know what they've done. I'm just not sure what they're going to look like wearing black and gold.
Mark, one of the players that you are familiar with wearing the black and gold is a transfer portal player who came in last year, and that was wide receiver Jimmy Horn Jr. And his production, pretty good, making the jump from the AAC to the Pac-12, and now he obviously be moving to the Big 12. Read some quotes from him earlier today from back in the spring where it seemed like he was saying the right things, where it's like, hey, I want more. What are they asking from him in that wide receiver core this year, do you think, with Shedeur?
Well, I think if go back to what we just talked about, if that line protects him better, those wide receivers, that it seems to be the consensus is of, maybe one of the top wide receiver rooms in the country, and Jimmy's going to be a major part of that. Jimmy's a dynamic player, but that unit should have a good year in this offense under Pat Shurmur, with Shedeur, his second year at this level, improve offensive line. Jimmy's a dynamic guy, and he's a playmaking guy. He's a guy that really has a chance at the next level. And so he's whatever it becomes, whatever it looks like, he's going to be a significant part of it. I'm quite certain of that.
Mark Johnson, the voice of the Colorado Buffaloes, joining us. 25 teams in 25 days. On the defensive side, again, a lot of portal help, especially coming in at defensive line. You got a couple of DNs in BJ Green and Deion Hayes, who not only were starters, but they were both on all conference teams in the Power Five a year ago. Where do you think this shows up more, on the running defense side, the pass rushing side, or maybe both?
Well, that's a great question. My guess is probably in the pass rushing side initially, just based on what they've done in the past. And guys, that was an enormous area of need. I thought coming into this year, after year one with Coach Prime, offensive line, defensive line, linebacking core, those were the 3 areas, probably in that order, 1, 2, and 3, in terms of importance for this team. And so you could really tell by what they did. The guys you just mentioned, there are others included in that as well. They went out and found bodies on both sides of the ball on the offensive and defensive fronts, and they found some playmakers in the defensive line, I should say the linebacking core. And so they really addressed those 3 areas of great need, because as the year wore on, I thought they brought in guys who were quality players in some respect. There was no depth. They did not have the numbers that they needed. And so that was I think a area of great impact that they had to address going into this season. So I'm kind of excited. And again, I'm looking forward, once we get underway here in a few days, really seeing those guys firsthand. But like I said, the resume, like we talked about with the guys in the offensive front, the resume they come in with indicates they should be players. Now we'll see what happens when we get them on the field here in Baltimore.
Mark, do you have the same kind of like questions, I guess, with the play caller on that side of the ball too? It's going to be another new coordinator on the defensive side. Last year it was Charles Kelly. This year, Robert Livingston, who is coming to Colorado from Cincinnati. Like, I guess, what do we know about how the defense could be similar and different in terms of style?
Well, here's one thing about those two men. Like, I grew very close to Charles Kelly. Think the world of him. I think he's a very, very good football coach. And last year really did, I think, some impressive things with an undermanned defense over there. Maybe didn't get the credit he deserved because some of the numbers that ultimately we saw given up by the Buffaloes. Now Robert Livingston coming in, we don't know what he's going to be as a coordinator, right? I mean, he was a defensive backs coach for the Cincinnati Bengals, and so he's never been a coordinator. And so I'm kind of fascinated to see. He says all the right things and talks about we're going to be aggressive and we're going to be ball hawking and we're going to force turnovers and all the things that we hear about that defensive coaches talk about. But now we'll have to see what it looks like in reality. And anytime you see anybody make that transition to the coordinator position, it's one thing. What do we say about the number 2 assistant in college basketball moving up to the head coach? It's the longest 18 inches in the world, right?
Yeah.
To make that one seat move. Well, I think there's a lot to be said in that. I've been around many guys in my long career who have made that transition to the coordinator position. And it's one thing to sit there and think, I would have done this. It's another when the bullets are flying and it's going 1,000 miles per hour. Now I'm the guy that's got to dial up the next play. And I've got to be 2 or 3 steps ahead of what the guy on the other side, in the other coordinator booth or coach's booth is doing. That's an enormous step. And Robert's a very impressive young guy, very smart, handles himself very well. I'm questioning in any way, shape, or form the fact that he's going to be a great defense coordinator. I just don't know what he's going to look like in year number 1.
Mark, it's another new look team for the most part. It's a brand new conference. So there's a lot of different dynamics at play here. Yet a lot of people are expecting this team, to be bowl eligible this season. What is the expectation this year in Boulder?
I think that is the basement right there. With the way that Prime promotes things, what he talks about, what he says, this team has to be bowl eligible. And for your listeners to understand, 2 years ago, the year before he got here, Colorado, I think, was the worst Power 5 team in America and the most uninteresting team in America as well. He made them interesting. He made them viable. A year ago, there was a 4-fold increase in wins going from 1 to 4. I think you have to be in a bowl situation. I've been saying a 7-8 win season would be an enormous step considering where it was a mere 18, 19 months ago when he came on board. If he can get it to that point, I think that's a phenomenal growth. If you look at the graph in terms of where it's going, I think that would be a fantastic season. So I just got back from an event I've been at the last week here and got asked about it nonstop, and I kept saying 7 or 8 wins. That's what I'm projecting for Colorado based upon what we hear, what the paper looks like right now. Now we'll see what happens over the next month here in camp, but I think that's where they have to be. The bare minimum's got to be 6. I've been saying 7 or 8.
Prime time in Lincoln, Nebraska in week number 2. Nebraska, Colorado. First time under the lights, the whole game under the lights in Lincoln between these two
Ever?
teams. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, they finished some games under the lights.
They definitely have.
But they have never played under the lights start to finish.
Should be fun.
Should be a lot of fun. Mark Johnson, the voice of Colorado. We really appreciate it, Mark. Thank you much.
You bet, guys. Take care.
Thank you, Mark.
Taking a look at our good buddy K Ford. Colorado's just 3 spots behind Nebraska in his overall ranking.
That's higher than most of the analytics. There was a question from a listener that didn't have a chance to get to, but it's basically like, what does he like about Colorado and UCLA that others aren't seeing? Didn't have a chance, but maybe down the road we can ask him about that.
Well, right now the projected wins by K Ford are basically 6-6. 24% chance of 6 wins, 22% chance of 5 wins, 19% chance of 7 wins, 13% chance of 4 wins. So what Mark is talking about is definitely on the high end of that range of most probable seasons according to K Ford ratings. And when you look at the schedule, Josh, 3 of their first 5 games are on the road.
Yeah.
They host North Dakota State opening Thursday night. Then it's at Nebraska, at Colorado State, host Baylor in their return to the Big 12, and then go to UCF.
Yeah, and then after
the home schedule is not easy.
Dude, Kansas
Baylor's
State?
the toughest, is the so-called easiest team.
Yeah.
Or I'm sorry, Cincinnati is. But it's Baylor, K-State, Cincinnati, Utah, who's a lot of people's favorites to win the league, and Oklahoma State.
Yeah, they go to Kansas, a team that is perhaps a dark horse to win the league. They're at Arizona, though they're in year 1 under a new coaching staff. I am endlessly fascinated by their opener, that Thursday night game versus North Dakota State. Colorado caught everyone off guard last year at the start.
They catch no one off
They
guard
will
this
catch
year.
no one off
The only
guard.
the only way they catch people off guard is because of the infusion of the new talent.
Yeah.
And, but last year, a lot of people were dismissing them. Nobody's dismissing Colorado.
Yeah, it's almost like they've become everyone's Super Bowl, you would say. Some would say, John. Some would say.
I didn't have time to ask Mark if he had ever called a Super Bowl before.
Not well. He'll get to call 12
He'll
of them
get to
this
call
year.
12 of them.
A couple tweets, by the way, going back to the Celine Dion conversation. Amazing Daniel writes, not sure which is worse, John asking out loud if a woman is pregnant or Josh saying she's like 100, she's so old, about a 56-year-old woman.
I would agree.
Kelsey,
Josh was definitely in the wrong.
Kelsey tweets in JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed. Delayed response because driving, but wanted to remind John that the only time it's okay to comment on a potential pregnancy is when a woman has a baby physically coming out of her at that moment, and even then, it's iffy.
Yet again, I proved to be the best person who works on the Grum.
Is that what they're saying about you, Nick?
Mm-hmm. A woman respecter is what they call me.
They call him respecter of women. You know what they also call him?
I don't know what, but I would.
A drinker of beer.
They would.
Sometimes.
Did something happen?
No, Jed had another comment. I'd mentioned, he said, if she is pregnant, then apparently her husband has also had stiff personal syndrome at some point.
I don't feel like I'm getting this joke. Oh, okay. The literal, the creation. My bad. Yeah, good job, Jed. I apologize.
Jed and I are both going to hell.
Handshake meme.
Yep.
Apparently your husband's dead, John. You jerk. Freaking monster.
I mean, Jed's joke still works, just in a different way.
Yeah, I guess so.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
It is a One Beer Friday.
It is.
We'll tell you the thing that Mac Brown said, but also
Mac Brown. I'm Coach Mac.
We didn't think Matt Rule said anything controversial this week, but apparently he did.
Is Coach Prime
because
mad
one
at
of the
him again?
prime talking heads of college football was very triggered by something Matt Rule said, and we're going to react to that and what it means coming up. It's the Happy Hour, One Beer Friday on 1620 The Zone.
would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat
Throw.
from your mom.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
Friday!
You probably have beer center each week. Ralph Club biggest contributor.
Beer for that. I like beer. I don't know if you like beer, Senator, or not. What do you like to drink?
Next
I had one beer. Friday. Yeehaw!
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do, and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was... Nope, there was one beer. Friday.
Come on, everybody. Let's get fired up. It's a One Beer Friday. It's the last Saturday or last Friday in July.
Tomorrow.
It's time to crack them. Let's have a hell of a weekend. Let's go, Cubs. We're playing the Scumbag Royals this weekend.
Did you shake this up, John?
Bobby Witt Jr., more like Bobby Jr.
John, don't scare me like that.
Did you shake this up, John?
No, I did not.
Are you trolling me over here,
No.
John? Because
No.
I've been saying that summer is passing like it does, and suddenly it's the end of July.
No.
So it'll be August on Thursday, and then it'll be the month of the season starting.
No, what I
God.
did do, though, is I picked my nose and I ran my finger
Oh,
along
I
the
was
edge of it.
wondering why it tasted like boogers.
It actually doesn't taste like boogers. It tastes like pretty good beer.
Yeah, shout out Fargo.
Fargo
I love the
Brewing
design of these
Company.
cans.
Yeah, very
Look at these
Look
cans.
at these cans.
Look at these
Look at these
cans.
cans.
It's a beer.
Proudly brewed in Fargo, North Dakota.
What was that, Nick?
I said it's a beer.
Wow. Jeez, he is super critical of everything you're doing today, John.
I'm not critical of anything John's doing.
Yeah, he grabbed the beers and he picked the movie for today.
I wasn't super critical of the movie.
Yeah, you were.
The movie wasn't made for me. I said it was a love letter, but I wasn't the recipient.
It wasn't depressing and talking about super volcanoes destroying the world.
Nice.
If a super volcano movie came out but was referencing another movie from the 80s that it was based on, I wouldn't like it either.
Well, I'm happy you picked it, John. Thank you. Thank you for being one of my top 15 to 20 friends.
Thank you. You're welcome. You're very welcome. But yes, One Beer Friday. Send us a pic of what you're enjoying. Mark literally is somewhere where he has put a Rocky Mountain Cold Coors Light
awesome.
in what appears to be a Rocky Mountain stream.
Nice.
The way God intended.
A very appropriate staging of the photograph.
Nice.
So whatever it is you're drinking, send us a pic. Use the hashtag One Beer Friday.
Greg McDermott?
No, Mac Brown.
Mac Brown. I was being serious that time. I
No,
forgot
Mac
who
Brown.
we were talking
Mac
about.
Brown. Mac Brown.
I'm Mac Brown.
You know, we were paying all the attention to Big Ten Media Days. The ACC also had their Media Days today, or this week.
They did.
It was this week.
I'm realizing that the only thing that I saw from that was Jim Phillips, like a little bit of Jim Phillips.
Mhm.
I have no idea what else happened at ACC Media Days.
John was a sicko, remember? Earlier this week, John figured out that the ACC did have the toughest non-conference schedule.
That was the other thing that I remember. Good job. But that was because of what? Or not Petiti. That's
no, that's what they posted.
That's what they
that
posted.
at
Yeah,
their
yeah, yeah.
Media Days.
Yeah.
Well, here was a quote from Mac Brown, and I am not one to give Mac Brown a lot of props. I have famously called him a huckster on this program.
They should have hired him instead of Solich. That's my take.
But he said, every coach recruiting against us says I'm going to quit. And 6 of them have been fired that said that already. They ought to be worried about themselves.
That's funny. Well played, Mac. That's funny.
73 years old he will turn this year.
Oh, wow. Another old person in charge. Retire, old people.
What if he's good?
Is he? Is he the President B of coaches?
So he's going to
So last year they had the number 3 overall draft pick at quarterback. Am I correct, John?
Yeah.
Do you know what their record was last year?
I don't remember.
Neither do I, so I'm looking it up. They were 8-5. That's President B. I'd say that Joe Biden has been an 8-5 president. He's gotten a few wins. Some losses.
I couldn't grade that properly.
Yeah,
that's fun. If every
I'm
president
guessing there are
ever
many
was a
people here
football,
thinking that he's been a 2-10 president.
but hey, you know what? Would you say that the things ended poorly for old President B? Things got maybe a little worse at the
his
end.
poor ass out of there.
All right, last 3 games of the year, they lost 31-20, 39-20, and 30-10. I stand by my take. Mac Brown, the President Biden of college football. That's a funny quote, though. Well played. That's a very well played quote. But Nick, I agree with you. That would be a good bit to give former presidents records as coaches.
Wow.
Trying to think of who Abe Lincoln would be. Really, really good. Made some major changes.
I can tell you,
forced
Abe
to
Lincoln,
retire early.
I can tell you who Abe Lincoln wouldn't be. Any coach that coached in the SEC or Southwest Conference prior to about 1970.
I got it.
Oh.
I got it. He is Paul Bear Bryant. A lot of wins, big time championships. Drop dead.
No,
not on the job. But it was like 2 months later.
You didn't get the reference though. Famously, the SEC
No,
and
yeah.
Southwest didn't allow black players.
But what did Paul Bear Bryant do? That's why the reference fits. Remember when they played the USC game? And he was like, we need to stop racism. And the SEC said, okay.
And
if it helps us win games.
President B started out as a vice president or a coordinator and then worked his way up to be a coach.
There you go. All
So
right,
you were alleging that Paul Bear Bryant was assassinated?
Well, I mean, he retired and then he did die very fast.
But
as a coach,
but Lincoln didn't retire.
Well, I mean, kind of.
He got retired
That's still retiring.
by a guy from the South,
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
a Southern sympathizer.
A theater kid.
Yeah. Anyway.
Anyway,
Mac Brown.
keep cogitating on that.
All right, I'll think about it.
Cogitating,
I'll
what
think
a
about
word.
it. You're
Keep
doing
thinking,
that
keep
thing this
thinking
weekend. You're doing your little take factory this weekend. I'll maybe work on this a little bit.
So Matt Rule
Matt Rule
had a lot of things to say. We went over it yesterday. Check it out in the radio replay section because I thought Matt Rule had one of the best media days I can remember from a Nebraska coach. He struck the right chord, gave us some good information. You know, Matt Rule does what Matt Rule does.
Didn't say anything bad about Celine Dion.
He always wins the press conference, and he didn't think that Celine Dion was 100 years
Hey,
old.
are you pregnant? He didn't do that. Like John would have.
Or
Hey!
claim that she's 100 like you did.
I was trying to prove a point to you.
No, you weren't.
Yes,
You
I
weren't-
was.
You weren't trying to prove any point, you clumsy fool.
Yeah, wow.
So here is a snippet. ESPN on their Chit Chat show, one of their 18 Chit Chat shows, played this snippet of Matt Rule talking about the Big Ten and playoffs. And you will hear the reaction from Paul Feinbaum
And Mike Greenberg.
and Mike Greenberg.
Yeah.
Isn't he another
This
one
is
of the
called Get Up. This is Get Up.
Isn't he one of the Northwestern media cabal?
He is. He's from the Medill School of Journalism.
Modelo?
That was funny.
More like the Medill School of Journalism.
Got him.
All right, take a listen.
I think 4 teams from this league should get in every year because this is the best league. This is the NFL of college football in my mind. It stretches from coast to coast, different time zones, different weather. That's not to diminish any other league. The SEC is amazing. These other leagues are great, but the challenge in the Big Ten is going to be really difficult.
So he says the Big Ten should just automatically get 4 teams in the playoff. Paul, what do you think of that?
Matt, stay in your lane, okay? Job one, win enough games to get to some stupid bowl game. Don't worry about the big boys because you're not one of them. We saw what you did in the NFL. You were a complete disaster in Carolina. You somehow got this job in Nebraska, and you're talking like you belong at the table with Ohio State and Georgia. You don't. Just try to win maybe 6 games. Quit choking big games on the final play and leave the punditry to the professionals. Thank you.
This has been a public service announcement from Paul Feinbaum, and it absolutely.
All right.
Feinbaum.
A lot of things to break down there. First off, Matt Rule was not saying that the Big Ten should automatically get 4 teams in. He was just saying we are a good enough league that on an annual basis, we should get 4 teams in.
Yeah.
But he didn't say automatically. He wasn't making the case that the Big Ten and SEC are both making, that they want to change the formula to make it 4 teams, right?
Yeah.
We talked about that already. So that's the first thing. The next thing is, there's so much that Paul said there, but you can tell already he has an agenda when he brings up Rule's professional record. What does that have to do with anything?
Nick Saban was bad with the Dolphins.
Good job, Nick.
He wasn't as bad as Rule was with the Panthers, to be fair.
Stop it, John. You're pulling a Feinbaum now.
A Feinbaum.
No, but the point is this. What does that have to do with anything?
Nothing. It
has nothing to do with anything.
Yeah.
All Matt Rule was saying was, we're a good enough league that the top 4 teams in our league should be good enough to get into the playoff. That's basically what he's saying. And sure, did he say, hey, we're the NFL of college football? Would that ruffle some feathers down south? Sure, I can accept that part. But, man, to go that hard in the paint against Matt Rule for basically doing what every coach in every league should be doing, because perception matters more now than it ever has in the history of college football, and that is you need to be talking up your league. Because that's how we're going to determine who gets in and who doesn't. There's not enough crossover games. There's not enough non-conference games to really be able to make a fair determination of, hey, this league was better than this league this year. So guess what's going to matter? Perception. And how do you improve perception? By pumping out information, by pumping out propaganda, by popping out superlatives.
The pump
and
boys.
That's what Matt Rule was doing, and that's what every coach in every league should be doing to talk up their league.
Couldn't agree more. Nothing more to say. I mean, I'm not certainly going to defend Paul Feinbaum, but like this type of just stupidity, and then us talking about it, like he wins, you know?
He wins, but I think it does bring up a larger point, Josh. This is going exactly how I thought it would and how it will.
Well, no, and I'll defend Paul from this perspective. He's always been this way.
Oh,
this
sure.
is not anything new.
No.
I know where you're going to go with this, but this is not new. He has always been an SEC guy because it's like, you know,
sure. That's where his radio show's based.
When Nick booked the Illinois guest this week, Brian Barnhart, I made a joke off air and I said, "Oh, Mr. College Football," and you said, because that's Tony Barnhart. Tony Barnhart for the longest time was known as Mr. College Football, and you're like, that's silly. He only covers the South. He only covers the SEC. Saying that Paul Feinbaum. Thank you. Is a college football guy. No, he's a SEC guy. He covers the South. And in particular, he covers Alabama because that's where he made his bones. He made his bones in the state of... So, like you're right. This is what it's going to be, but, like, this is also what he's always been. And he's always had a bit of a... I don't want to say the 2 words that I was going to, but he's always had this weird thing for Nebraska once they entered the league. He did something very similar before their first game against Wisconsin all the way back in 2011, where he was going like, this isn't the biggest game in college football. We're in the South. Florida, Alabama is a much bigger game this weekend. This is a weak game. He always does this crap.
And I understand that. So, you know, you consider the source.
Yeah.
But you talk about the battle of perception. For the first time ever, we now not only have we have leagues versus other leagues, we have networks versus other networks. It used to be back in the day, ABC covered everybody and ESPN covered everybody, right?
Yeah.
Now, ESPN is the SEC network. Do they have other conferences? Will they have some Big 12 games and some ACC games? Sure. But we all know where their bread is buttered. We all know where their focus is going to be. They weren't at ACC Media Days promoting their new graphics package and talking up a big game. No, they were at SEC Media Days. ESPN is now what a lot of people have always claimed they have been, but now they truly are because they own the SEC. The only place you can watch SEC football is on an ESPN family of networks. It's the only place you can watch.
Unless you're playing a road non-conference game.
The Big Ten is no longer on ESPN. First time since first time ever that they will not appear. Their main games will not appear on ESPN or ABC. But they have Fox, they have CBS, they have NBC. And basically Fox is their network. And I've talked about this before. And in this battle of perception, how the networks cover and treat these different teams from different leagues is also going to help set the narrative for which league is best. And this is where the SEC has an advantage.
But
because ESPN has the biggest bullhorn still in college sports because they have the most watched pregame show and
sometimes
most 90% of the time. And all week long, if you turn on your television and want to see college football coverage, there's only really one channel that has it, and that's ESPN. Fox doesn't have.
Well, they have shows.
But they don't talk college football very much on those shows.
Do they talk that much college football on the ESPN shows? I feel like they talk the Cowboys and the Lakers.
ESPN's got college football today. They've got more of it, right?
Sure.
They've got more
I just don't think that it matters. You know,
it absolutely has to matter, Josh. It's perception.
But we okay, so
and I'm not saying this like it's a bad thing.
No,
I'm not accusing ESPN of doing something bad, but I'm saying that's part of this battle that's going to be fought as we try to figure out which conference is better than the other.
But won't it be decided on the field? Like last year, a Big Ten team beat an SEC team in the Rose Bowl. And so, like, in the end, it didn't matter. You can say all you want all year long about Alabama, but they played Michigan.
I'm not talking about how they actually do on the field, but I'm talking about how many teams are getting into the playoff.
Okay.
How are we going to determine if a 2-loss SEC team is better than a 2-loss Big Ten team?
See, now.
Or a 2-loss Big 12 team versus a 2-loss Big... Those things matter more than they ever have before. The perception battle matters more now in the 12-team playoff era than it has ever had before because we're no longer just trying to pick one team, the winner, the champion. We're now trying to pick 12 teams, of which 7 of them will be at-large teams.
So let me ask you this then. Are you concerned that the playoff committee will be swayed? Or that there is something nefarious going on, given that ESPN owns the majority of the college football playoff?
No, I'm not saying that because I'm not saying it's necessarily nefarious, but people are, we're human. And sure, the committee's going to bury themselves with their numbers and they're going to look at this, that, and the other thing. But when it comes to formulating opinions about teams, it is hard to dismiss the human element. And the human element is what you hear on the street, what you see covered, what you hear talked about. It's hard. Look at our preseason. We just did 1620 The Zone. We just did our own preseason Big Ten.
Mm-hmm.
Look how similar it is to the ones that were done by Cleveland.com and by the Kings of the North. And look, the Kings of the North and the Cleveland.com one were identical 1 through 10.
Sure.
And then they were identical, I think, 16, 17, 18.
Yeah, there's a lot of hive mind.
There's a lot of hive mind groupthink that happens. And that is created in part by perception. And so I just think that's going to, again, I'm not alleging that there's anything nefarious. I'm just acknowledging, hey, this is what it is. And for the first time ever, not only do we have different conferences going up against each other, but they literally have different networks representing them going up against each other. Because Fox is going to try its best. Hey, we want our games to be rated the most.
And Joe Klatt, he is, a few people are talking about it in the YouTube chat. Joe Klatt really gets behind the Big Ten. He is always arguing for the Big Ten.
Yes,
and it's funny because he's not even a Big Ten guy, but he knows where his bread is buttered. Matthew writes on the YouTube, Big Ten is winning in media, in my opinion. Having 3 over-the-air networks and an over-the-air pregame show, Fox, gives the Big Ten the inside lane. SEC is ahead right now, but losing ground.
I don't know if I agree with that because, again, people will default to ESPN. Fox's pregame show is it's doing its thing, but it's not helping drive the conversation yet. Maybe it'll get there. But right now, to me, the inside track is with ESPN because, to their credit, they have built their network around college football. The relationship between ESPN basically built itself on the back of college football.
Yeah, before they were able to get rights for other sports, especially pro sports.
So people have defaulted to them for over a generation of, hey, if I want to see college football discussed or see college football,
I go to ESPN.
I go to ESPN.
Yeah.
Right? Fox doesn't have as loud a voice. They're trying. CBS, no one watches their pregame. NBC, no one's going to watch their pregame show. Yes, you're right. The games themselves, the Big Ten's got a great contract. But when it comes to helping create the perception, it's the talking that does that. And ESPN has the advantage in the talking side.
And that's why I asked the question. I wasn't trying to pick on you, but more just, does that matter in 2024 and beyond?
It does when it comes to creating perception. Absolutely it does.
Okay. I don't know. I guess
How else is perception created?
You watch the games and you have your own opinions.
But if there's
you read the internet.
But if there's fewer and fewer non-conference games between good on good.
No, I know, but I'm just saying
it's harder to make those comparisons, and so you default back to, you could sit down a lot of people in a room. You could put on, a high-tier SEC game and a high-tier Big Ten game, and I wouldn't be surprised if more people would gravitate to the high-tier SEC game, because they've been the best conference.
Yeah,
I am not disputing that at all. That's not what this subject is about. But we're no longer arguing who should be teams 1, 2, 3, and 4. We're arguing who should be teams 1 through 12. And really, we're arguing about who should be teams 5 through 12, right?
Yeah.
Because the conference champions
really, we're arguing
will be
10,
determined
11, and 12, yeah.
We're arguing 5 through 12. And the difference between one league getting 5 teams in a playoff or 4 teams in a playoff versus 1, 2, or 3 is all going to be determined by those at-large teams, and those will be determined by perception.
And you're not wrong. I just don't know.
Partially by perception.
And I just don't know if I agree that perception is always based off of television, TV shows in the morning on a Friday in July, or in a morning on a Friday in September.
I'm not saying all of it, but it's there.
It is. Of course,
there.
It's definitely there. I just don't know if it's driving everything as much, because I just think it's such a small audience in the end.
It's
like
a small
we're talking
audience.
about it today because it showed up on the internet. If this video never would have gotten tweeted, I never would have heard about it. And I'm guessing a lot of
that's the thing.
But a lot of people are being
right.
critical of it. Like, I haven't seen anyone be like, well, I guess there is one email.
I guarantee you there's probably people down south going, yeah, man, that's the right thing. And there might be folks everywhere.
Yeah, sounds like political
yeah,
television.
what the hell is Matt Rule talking
Money
about?
Chris does agree with him. He says, as you say, spot the lie. There isn't one thing Feinbaum said that was 100% correct. The fact that Matt Rule said the Big Ten is the best football conference is just stupid. The SEC is so superior to the Big Ten. It's not even funny. See, but that's the thing. Like, as we talked about at the very beginning of it, Rule didn't even say that. He didn't even say we need to get guaranteed 4 schools in. And look, man,
he did say the Big Ten is the NFL of college football.
Yeah,
he did say that.
See, and okay, and this is where I would turn maybe an argument back on you. A few weeks ago, Shedeur Sanders said it were everyone's Super Bowl, and you didn't like that. This is the same thing. But you know what? It's a coach talking at media days, just like that was Shedeur Sanders talking at media days. People say stuff. Because they have to, man. Like, this is what people do. They talk up themselves, whether you believe it or not. Not to turn political, but one of the jokes last week, whenever we talked about President B, was always like, he says he's running. He says he's running until he's not. Matt Rule says the Big Ten is the best conference until he's not coaching in the Big Ten anymore. Brett Bielema for years talked up a big game. Big Ten, Big Ten, Big Ten. Then he went to Arkansas. Actually, it's about the SEC. That's what everybody does at these events, man. They try
Of course
to,
they do.
They try to talk up themselves.
But you know what? They also need to.
Of course.
I think they need to more now than ever.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know if it's...
Absolutely, Josh. How else are you going to determine who those at-large teams are? Because you're
watch
going
the
to...
games.
Okay, but you keep saying that.
I just don't think that the committee...
Think you get what I'm saying.
No, I don't think the committee cares about perception because of television. But that's
how it's created, Josh. I mean, they're human. They're not robots.
You think that
these people aren't robots?
You think that the coaches that are on the selection committee are watching Feinbaum and allowing him to shape their own views?
It's not just Paul Feinbaum,
but the whole network. You think they're allowing like Herb Street to shape their views? Joel Klatt to shape their views, Urban Meyer to shape their views.
It is not an overt thing, but subliminally, absolutely.
But how many? But give me the list of the guys on the committee, the guys and gals on the committee. How many of them are from northern schools? How many of them are from southern schools? That's where I don't ever allow myself to get this cynical because
Josh, it's not cynical.
I think it is
truth. It's the truth. Perception matters. It's always mattered in college sports, and it's going to matter more this year than ever because we have a subjective system.
But don't you think
it is a subjective system? And in a subjective system, people's emotions and feelings can't help but not be injected into whatever formula they use to say this team is better than that team. Sure, they've got numbers. Sure, they can watch the games. But we all watch games with a biased eye.
So let me ask you this then.
Always.
Why do you think the SEC, why did the perception shift that they were the best conference?
Well, of course it was because they won all the time.
So that's what I'm saying. So if the Big Ten, who just won a natty, let's say Ohio State won one this year, and then the next year it was Oregon or Michigan again, don't you think that at that point the perception would get to a point where it's like, oh, actually, that's the best conference now. Because that's what happened. The SEC was not the best conference in my lifetime until Florida, LSU, Florida, Bama, Auburn ripped off titles all in a row. It shifted insanely fast because the year it started when Florida won, that was a whole season-long buildup to Ohio State playing Michigan. Ohio State wins that game, and then they get blown off the field, and things changed overnight. I don't think it was because ESPN put all their muscle behind the SEC. And I know that they had the Big Ten at the time, but I don't think that's why.
And you're addressing facts, but you're addressing facts when it comes to the singular champion. We're not picking a singular champion. We're picking
goes top.
We're picking 7 at-large teams.
But I think it goes from the top.
Sure it does.
So if the Big Ten wins a title, then I think that's going to shape the narrative the rest of the way down. The Big Ten had 2 teams in the playoff 2 years ago. 2 teams. They had Michigan and Ohio State 2 years ago. They had 2 teams in the national championship game last year.
Perceptions take a while to change.
Okay, well, they had 2 teams 2 years ago. As Daniel points out, Washington is a Big Ten team now. They played for the Natty last year. All it takes is another one of these runs where it's like Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State, Oregon, whatever, in the Final 4 or 8, and suddenly it's like, maybe that's the league. All it takes is the SEC falling on their faces 1 or 2 times in a row in the playoff.
I think it takes a lot longer than that.
See, because I think the SEC thing happened like that. Florida won, LSU won, and everything was different after that. Starting in 2008, it was accepted that the SEC was the best league.
I don't think
it took them 2 titles.
I don't think it was that quick.
Well, certainly within 3 or 4 years.
It was after when Alabama kicked it into gear. That's when.
Well, then that's 3 or 4 years in. It doesn't take that. I just think that this stuff changes on a dime so fast.
But that is when you're picking 4 teams. That's different than when you're picking 12. When you're going down ballot, to use another political term, when you're going down the ballot and you're looking,
but it starts at the top,
and you're not. But when you're going down the ballot, because you can always make the argument, and many people around here have done it. Many people have made the argument, well, SEC has been riding on Bama's coattails, and then they've been riding on Georgia's coattails.
And that's where I think perception is. Because a lot of us are like, no, you can't say they're the best league. It's only the
but
top
do,
team.
Okay, do you think there's a perception out there just because Michigan won the national championship?
No, not yet.
Yeah, because it takes a while.
Again, we are what they won one title, in the last 9 years. You win another one.
And
the SEC won.
And they're likely to fall in their
What?
faces.
They won 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. They won 7 in a row. I mean, by that point, they'd built up a lot of equity. Well,
either way, I think I don't bring this up because I think that any of this is nefarious, but it is something that is going to play into all of this. I mean, in a perfect world, I would like to see a lot more of these teams playing each other in the non-conference.
Yeah, sadly,
so
that's
that we
going
can
away.
have some more empirical data versus opinionated data.
Yeah, for sure.
But that has also been part of the magic of college football. Is this sport has always been about perception and always been about subjectivity, not objectivity.
Yeah, that can go away.
And it's not. It's only going to get stronger.
It's going to get worse.
Stronger.
Oh, nice.
All right, we've got predictions still to come, and we have content. And speaking of the SEC, there is a clear perception that Georgia is an out-of-control program.
Is there?
Well,
I think that perception might be correct. We
have
will
more-
handshake meme on that.
We have more on that coming up on 1620 The Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions.
Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over.
Well, we said it earlier. Nick's going to need some help.
Right.
Maybe he should get some advice from 1620, the email.
Oh, that would be awesome. Go subscribe today at 1620thezone.com. Now, it has content, prizes, tickets, promotions, our takes, but it does not have the correct picks in predictions.
True, it does not. Also, so you were making it seem like I'm down in a massive hole. I'm only 2 points behind Josh.
You're
1 point behind Josh.
Wow, he is really bad at math.
But
how far up was he at one point? Do you know what was Nick's biggest lead?
I'd have to
over me?
look back, but Nick had a really good first couple weeks, and Josh had a really bad couple of weeks, and so you were. I mean, we're just comparing you two.
Plus, I had no facial hair.
When it comes to this segment, I mean, I'm the GOAT. I'm the greatest.
Interesting.
I'm so far ahead right now. I can't even see these two yahoos. So we're really just comparing you two. You had a pretty sizable lead on Josh.
Yeah, but compared to last week, I was ahead of Josh by what, 1?
But you see, you've been bleeding away your lead. Your poll numbers have been dropping.
Let's not pretend that Josh is some savior and prediction messiah.
Well, he's not. I am.
I'm getting in shape for the fall when I'm gonna get that championship belt again this year. It's been too long. It's been fun watching you guys win and celebrate. I got to shave my face. Everyone
watching me win and
had my big teeth, but it's time. I'm gonna be back again this fall.
Sadly, there's not any stakes on this round. Here we go. Some good baseball series this weekend. AL Central battle. Twins at Tigers. Pick the series. I'm going to go with Minnesota. No, you know what? I'm going to take the Tigers 2-1.
One of our great friends of the Grum is named Sam. He listens and tweets at us often. He is a Twins fan. I stand with Sam. 2-1 Twins.
Also 2-1
Oh, interesting. Is he just going to draft off of me the entire time here, John? Pathetic, Nick.
It's kind of like drafting off someone who's got bad gas.
Interesting.
Guardians at Phillies. Pick the series.
Phillies 2-1.
Aren't they struggling a little bit?
It's the best team in baseball.
Yeah, I know, but I feel like they're struggling a little bit. Phillies in a sweep.
Ooh, I like this. Going out on a limb
Take
here.
that, Nick. You can't draft off of me now, can you?
I'm going to take...
No, I went first.
I'm going to take Philadelphia 2-1. Yankees at Red Sox.
The Yankees are struggling. People are pissed.
The Red Sox lost to the Rockies.
I'm surprised that the Olympics aren't protesting because everyone will be watching the Red Sox and the Yankees. They always do.
20 years ago, we were watching the ALCS, Nick. Red Sox 2-1.
Yankees sweep.
Yankees sweep at Fenway.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm going to go with I'm going to draft off of Josh's bad gas. I'm going to go Red Sox.
I'm not a TV ratings guy, John, but did you know Game 7 of the 04 ALCS drew 31.46 million viewers?
I'm not surprised.
That's a lot of people.
One of the earliest games I remember.
The good guys against the bad guys. Cubs are at the Royals. Sadly, sometimes evil has to triumph.
Wait, the Royals aren't evil. They're very normal.
No, they're evil. I'm actually taking the Royals in a sweep.
Royals 2-1.
Cubs 2-1.
What an idiot. Congrats, Nick. You're going to get... Well, I mean, you might be wrong if the Royals sweep.
Yeah, then if Nick was going to get the point, why didn't you say 2-1?
Congrats, John. You won't lose a point to him.
Interesting. Go Cubs.
I would love to see this happen.
Oh, interesting. It sounds like you're rooting against them, like you did Bo Pelini, you Nebraska hater.
I don't root against them.
Oh, thank you, Nick.
I just watched too many of their damn games. Ohtani is playing Houston this weekend. That's right, all by himself. How many hits will he have in the series? We're setting the total at 4.
So you could pick a push if you wanted?
You could pick a push if you wanted. I knew you would probably go with this.
Over.
I want the over.
I'm going to take the push.
You monster. That's my bit.
You didn't do it.
Yeah, but John's not allowed.
Olympic basketball. The United States men are taking on Serbia. U.S. by 12.5.
Man, they have gotten off to a really sluggish start in the exhibition games. That said, I am someone who roots for his country in basketball.
So Serbia?
America first in basketball. USA minus 12.5.
I think the USA is going to win, but
wow,
I think Serbia is going to make it hard.
Closer than the experts think, says Nick.
I'd like to think that this team's going to kick it into high gear.
Yes. They have LeBron. He held the thing. He had the umbrella today.
I'm gonna take Serbia in the points.
Wow. Unreal.
I'm gonna take Serbia in the points. Unreal. I mean, hell, the U.S. could win by 10, which would be their biggest win of the season so far.
It was exhibition. It was pretend. It was pretend. Well, speaking of
gonna
pretend, you didn't have the Hall of Fame game in here, you monster.
Because it's not till next week.
Yeah, but it will
This
be
is weekend predictions.
It will be before
not next week.
It will be before predictions, though. Sad.
Who will score the most points for the United States?
So looking at the list, because I didn't know who was on the U.S. team.
Wow.
It's interesting that a lot of these people aren't playing in their home country, isn't it?
They are.
Are they?
Do what?
Were they not? I thought they were drafted like Luka. Like Luka doesn't live here.
Well,
Luka's not playing in the game, though.
Luka's not. He's not a U.S.
What are you
player.
on right now? What are you? Are you?
No,
looking-
I thought that like Nikola, I didn't know he lived in the States. I thought it was like a Luka situation.
No, he's playing for Serbia.
Oh, he's playing for Serbia.
He's from Serbia.
I thought this was just the U.S. team.
No.
Yeah, we're asking who leads the U.S. men in scoring.
Yeah, this is the whole game odd. Those are the whole game odds.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I was confused because I hit the link and then
Anthony
took me to
Edwards.
Anthony Edwards.
this.
Okay.
Steph.
Steph. Oh, what the hell? I'm going to go with the old man.
Nice. LeBron James.
The U.S. women open against Japan, 19.5-point favorites.
Women? United States.
What are you alleging that the Japanese aren't women?
No, I was going to try to make a joke and then I just kind of biffed it.
People forget that
Bad dismount.
Shohei Ohtani's wife,
Yeah.
former Japanese basketball player.
Okay, so how does that help him here?
Give me the U.S.
All right. John?
I'll take the United States and swallow those points.
Also, if Nikola Jokic played for the U.S., we would definitely win the gold. That would be sweet. Even John would watch if he was suddenly an American.
Sure. This next one.
Let's go, baby. We got some swimming odds.
Why are you getting excited about swimming? By the way,
are they gone now?
They're gone.
All right. Well, never mind. We will not be doing this swimming freestyle, I guess.
Like
He had all the odds earlier.
I've got the gold medal winner. We could do that.
Where's that for the 200-meter freestyle?
Yeah.
Where?
I clicked on the link and then I scrolled down to men's 200-meter freestyle.
What page are you on?
I clicked the
What?
link.
No, I know. What does it say? All sports or something else?
Olympics swimming betting odds. Swimming.
Wow. Okay. Give us the top 3 odds, Nick.
I can't pronounce. Okay. David Popovici.
Okay. What are his odds?
Plus or minus 240.
Okay. What's next?
Yeah, but when is this going to be done?
This will be on Sunday. This is before the weekend is over.
Lucas Martins.
Okay. What's his odds?
Plus 550.
This is why.
Okay, never mind. Give me the favorite.
We should never, ever,
Give me
ever
the
put
favorite.
Olympics in any of this.
Give me the
stuff.
favorite.
This is a joke.
Give me the favorite.
That is David Popovici. Popovici.
I love that guy. He's a good guy.
I'm going to just follow Josh. I
Nick,
have
what are
no
you doing?
idea, and I
Yes.
just don't care.
All right. Well. All right.
Well, tough luck for Huang Sun Wu.
We can delete this one, John, since we all picked the same
Let's
thing.
get rid of it.
Wow, sad.
All right.
This is why the Olympics are no good, which is why we're now going to the UFC. Bobby Green versus Patty Pimblett. Give me Bobby Green.
Sounds like a NASCAR driver, doesn't he?
Bobby Green?
Who, Patty Pimblett?
No, Bobby Green.
Oh.
I want Bobby Green.
Patty Pimblett reminds me of when I had pimples. I hated pimples,
So you're-
but
I hated pimples.
pimples are everywhere. Give me Patty. Patty Pimple. I had to take
And
Accutane.
the main event.
Wow, this is unreal.
Formula One gets to be in the main event this week.
They're at Spa.
Why not the Hall of Fame game?
Because it's not happening till next week.
It's happening Thursday, though. So
That's long ways. We'll be practically at the next week's predictions. That's not how this works.
A few months ago, we did predictions that were like 2 weeks away.
Because we were all going to be gone.
You're a monster.
There's plenty of preseason games, you sicko.
You're a monster.
Next weekend.
Okay. No, there's not. There's 0 preseason games next week.
Oh, what a sport this is.
I hate you.
5th.
Where will George Russell finish?
5th.
The least Formula One sounding name ever, George Russell.
I'm gonna try to get a point on Nick, and I'll go with the odds. He has the 4th best odds, so I will say 4th.
I'm just going to draft off Nick on this one because he is of Formula One.
Interesting.
See, this is why the Olympics should never happen because it's ruined predictions.
You stop it. A couple comments real fast. My brother texts into the show. He says, as you have discovered gravy, try country fried steak next. Is that something that...
Yes.
Chicken fried steak?
All right. And then also, we were doing comparisons earlier about presidents and their corollaries.
Jeez, no.
Yes.
There was a DM that I got that I'm not going to read.
Well,
but
why did you mention it?
No, a tweet from Michael, not severe. This is a very good one. William Henry Harrison would be George O'Leary at Notre Dame. Gets the job, then gone before even moving stuff into the office. Nick, this guy got hired by Notre Dame from Georgia Tech, but he lied on his resume, which he's a college football coach. Like, just go to Wikipedia. You don't need to give them a resume. I don't remember what he lied about, but he lied about something. But yes, there was also a comparison of FDR to somebody. Very sad. And that's predictions.
Nice.
Yeah.
Here's my equation. Bo Pelini is Harry S. Truman.
Oh?
Both guys who weren't afraid to speak their mind and...
Oh. Did he get some wins? Did he have a lot of 9-win seasons? But he could never get him over the hump.
He did some good things, and then you know...
I can't wait to find out who President T is.
Yeah.
Nice. I like it.
Coming up in content, Josh's Mariners make the big move, and we wish happy birthday to Kirk Ferentz.
Nice.
1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right, Nick, as we enjoy some Iowa 3A state baseball.
Hell yeah.
On the TV. It's taking Nick back to his roots. Surprised they don't play it at the Field of Dreams, hit the ball into the corner.
Well, it's under construction right now.
That would be
that's
awesome.
Right, it is. That's right. Okay.
Georgia wide receiver Rara Thomas has been arrested on 2 counts of battery and a count of second-degree cruelty to children. Is it beyond time we question the culture of Kirby Smart's program?
Yes. It is amazing to me that this program has had so many off-field issues. And it doesn't feel like to me that it's being discussed enough.
Couldn't agree more.
And I don't mean to play the victim and go back 25 years and say, but Nebraska got picked on all the time back in 1995. But it feels very disproportionate that a program of this caliber has had so many incidents. Now, this one's a little different, certainly very tragic because it's involving children and assault versus, driving violations, but some of those very heinous. That this isn't talked about more often. I mean, you talk about lack of institutional control. It looks like that's what's happening here. They don't care.
I couldn't agree with you more. To have another thing happen in a summer where other things have happened in the span now of, 18 months, where quite a bit of bad has gone on within this program. It is definitely beyond time that we just ask, what are you doing to fix this? That's the question. It's not why is this happening, but how do you stop it? And it doesn't seem like they really have a whole lot of answers. And I know we talked about it earlier this week, the idea of suspensions or any sort of punishments where it just seems like they're we'll take care of it behind the scenes. And it seems like that's good enough for a lot of people.
Josh,
Nick,
your owner said some stuff yesterday. Do you want to borrow John's soapbox and go on a rant or two?
I mean, we don't have enough time. I would need probably a good couple hours to really
what did he say?
Oh,
what did old Jarrah say? J.R. Ewing of
he
NFL.
speaks in riddles. The word of yesterday was or Wednesday was ambiguous. He kept talking about being ambiguous. Tua got signed today. They extended his deal. Still Dak not signed. CD not at camp. Micah Parsons not signed, which, not a big deal for the latter because he is still under his rookie deal. And he still has a couple more years on that. But it's not great, man. Dak at one point said, I want to be here, but when you look at all the great quarterbacks I've watched played for other teams, and then he basically just started naming these guys who's played for other teams. The vibes are terrible. At one point, Jerry was asked a question, and he goes, the Packers game. Acknowledging the Packers game. He also completely lied or made up numbers about if we were to sign these 3 guys to their max deals, it would take up 75% of the cap. That's not true. Their numbers, if you were to add up the max numbers, if they were above or the highest contracts of what a lot of people think, they wouldn't even reach 50% of the cap. It sucks.
Well, plus that, you can manipulate how the contract is statured.
Correct.
So that it takes up less of a cap hit or it pushes the spending off down the road, which is what a lot of winning teams, winning teams who have recently had Super Bowl hats
but
made
have
in
lost to
their
the
honor.
Cowboys in the regular season.
But
in the
that
last
doesn't
2 years.
matter because they've hoisted championship trophies.
I like living in 2024.
That arthritic, ancient Joe Biden-esque owners.
He is. He is the President B of owners. He just says stuff, and he's wrong all the time. Get a GM.
Does this make Stephen Kamala?
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Ooh, boy.
I'll take it.
The Mariners made the first big move of trade season by acquiring Randy Arozarena from Tampa for a pair of prospects. Can Arozarena's bat snap the M's back into shape?
I like this deal.
Oh, man, me too.
I like this
what do you
deal.
like
They got him
specifically?
at a pretty decent price.
Fun name. And the decent price.
And he had a very slow start to the season, but he's been coming on as of late. And if the M's get to the playoffs, this is one of the most clutch postseason hitters in recent times.
That would be cool. I would love for the Mariners to be good.
They needed something to jumpstart this offense, and I like that they're going for it.
Nice. Baseball.
Folks, we have some news about the Big Ten Maps commercial.
Okay, well, I learned very quickly in this job that there's a lot of passion around the Big Ten map commercial. So I would say to fans that we understand and we get that. So more to come.
So you're not tipping your hand.
Not yet.
But you're just saying that there might be some sort of map commercial.
I've learned a lot
in our
about
future.
the map spot over the last few years, over the last 12 months.
You had no idea what important issues you were going to
This one gets a lot of love.
John, are you going to be okay?
Oh!
But it's not about me. It's about, are all of you going to be okay?
Yeah, it's coming back. I want to live forever.
Just please hold
From
off.
the something to the sea.
Just hold off Big Ten for a little bit because I'd like to buy some stock in all of the different undergarment companies because all of you idiots are going to soil yourselves when you see this. Oh my God, it's the map commercial.
Yeah, we never got a chance to talk about it in the crossover, but Happer is sadly handshake memeing with you.
Oh.
Yeah.
I expected more out of him.
It's a commercial. Who gives a crap? And
It's a great commercial.
No,
Really good
it's really not.
Thank you, Nick.
It's really not. It's going to be made to look even more ridiculous when they have to squeeze 18 teams into 30 seconds.
So much more time on the West Coast.
It's just going to look like the Game of Thrones
and then
opening.
it'll end in the Rose Bowl. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
the Game of Thrones was cool. This is the Big Ten.
Finally, happy birthday, Kirk Ferentz. He turned 69 today.
Nice.
What is Kirk's great contribution to college football?
You know what? I'm going to be positive instead of being negative.
Well,
in
it
this
is
segment.
supposed to be a great contribution.
I got two things for you. The Brad Banks Iowa team was super fun in 2002. In a playoff, that team would have had a chance to go deep into the playoff. They were undefeated in the Big Ten, but they lost to Iowa State in the non-conference, and so they never got to play for a championship because they didn't have a championship game. Also, the 04 team that won on the Hail Mary in the bowl game versus LSU, I was watching that play live, and that was a cool play. There you go. He was the coach of both of those teams.
I think, first of all, Kirk is a throwback, right?
Yeah.
He's
a run back is what he is.
He's a throwback, but guess what? He wins. He wins.
Yeah.
Punts.
And I know a lot of people around here were triggered, especially about last year's Iowa team. But in many ways, it was like watching the Tim Tebow season of the Denver Broncos, where they were winning in inexplicable ways. And you just got to tip your cap to him because this guy does not change.
Consider my cap tipped.
The most Iowa
This guy
team
does
ever.
not change. He sticks to his core beliefs, and they keep winning.
Yeah.
And you know what? You listen, you don't have to like them, but you can respect them.
I like them.
You can respect them.
I do miss...
And I respect Kirk Ferentz.
I miss the Iowa teams. Remember, so they were good in his early part of his career, and then they got a little mid, and then they got bad for a little bit. But then that year when Nebraska fired Bo and they said, we had to take into account where Iowa was, they have changed their program ever since then. It's a wild to see the dividing line because I think they came off of like a 4-8 year around that time. They were bad.
Yeah.
It's not just that they were like taking a step back. They were a bad football team. By the way, that 0-2 group, so they lost by 5 to Iowa State. That was the Seneca Wallace Iowa State team.
Yep.
Then they won every game after that the rest of the regular season. They finished 3rd in the BCS. The only teams they were behind were Ohio State at number 2, undefeated, and Miami at number 1, also undefeated. Then they lost to USC in the Orange Bowl.
All right.
There you go.
Nice.
There you go. That's another week of Grums. Next week, Mitch Holtis joins us. And we've got more 25 teams.
Oh.
And Jack Mitchell has to prepare for 3 games in 3 days.
What?
Is he even going to be able to do this?
Are they going to even be able to win any of them?
No.
Definitely
Hey,
not.
that's technically my team you're talking about.
That's right. Nick's a Jack
Oh,
boy.
no, he won't let you on there yet. Let them take their L's before you join them and make them